Good afternoon. Welcome to Senate Finance. Today is Thursday, March 9th. The committee will have 6 bills for consideration today. For those of you that are waiting on bills, we're going to take them in the following order. Senate Bill 541, 523, 525, 671, 587, and 516. I remind our guest, we have 126 witnesses today, and we're starting very, very late. So it's going to be a long day for the committee. We're going to give our sponsors the opportunity to introduce the bills. We were going to reduce testimony to 1 minute on the bills, but we thought out of respect for your time and the interest in this subject, we're going to go ahead and keep it at 2 minutes, but that means 2 minutes and hard stop. So we ask that you respect that and respect the committee's time when you're testifying. And if someone has already said what you plan to say, feel free to say, me too, I agree, just want to agree with the previous witness, and we'll appreciate you saving us those 2 minutes on the clock. Also want to let you know we've received over 900 pages of testimony on the bills today, so we do have your written testimony, and each member will have them memorized by the end of the week, so you needn't worry about that. I want to take one quick moment. I'm doing this thing called Shadow the Senator. I'm being shadowed by the Vice Chair of the Prince George's County Council today, Walla Blagay. Our Vice Chair is here, so I want to welcome her. Thank you. And the last thing I'll say is those of you that are here for the first time, you'll see members coming in and out of the committee room. Many of them are presenting bills in other committees. It means no disrespect to you or your testimony. If you see them leaving in the middle of your sentence, it's because they've been called to present in another committee to provide testimony on their bills, and they'll get back as quickly as possible. So with that, we're ready to get started. We're going to call forward Senate Bill 541, cigarettes, wholesalers, disclosure of information. We're going to have Anna McCormick come forward. Off to a great start today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. I know it's been a very long day and it will continue to be, so I'll try to be very brief. My name is Anna McCormick. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Tobacco Enforcement Unit of the Attorney General's Office. The unit enforces Maryland's rights and obligations under the Master Settlement Agreement. Through the MSA, Maryland receives approximately $140 million from Big Tobacco every year. And if Maryland can demonstrate in arbitration that it diligently enforced its Escrow Act, it can receive an additional $20 million. If it's found not diligent, it could lose up to all of that amount. Crucial part of enforcing the Escrow Act is tracking the number of cigarettes sold by manufacturer and by brand. This is because tobacco manufacturers that have not joined the MSA do not make these annual payments, but instead deposit a set amount for every tax-paid stamped cigarette sold in the state. The state needs to track this information. The way it does this is through monthly reports submitted by licensed tobacco wholesalers. SB 541 makes a very simple change in the law. It requires the tobacco wholesalers to make sure that these monthly reports are complete and accurate. Right now, it is not a violation of the law if the wholesalers give wrong or incomplete information. And this bill would fix that gap in the law. It does not change the amount of taxes that wholesalers pay or make them submit any new tax forms. It simply requires the wholesalers correct complete and accurate information. There are 34 licensed tobacco wholesalers affected by this law. Only 5 of them are located in Maryland. And I want to note we have a very good relationship with our in-state wholesalers. They're very responsive. Most of the wholesalers are large out-of-state wholesalers, not just who sell to multiple states, not just Maryland. And we're talking about Costco, Sheetz, Wawa, that level. Despite a lot of communication from the state, the wholesalers are not always submitting complete and accurate reports. We are talking with the other side about making an amendment to the penalties provision. And so for that reason, there may be amendments coming in after this. This bill makes a very small change, but it would help the state's oversight of its licensees and strengthen Maryland's enforcement laws. I urge you to support this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We do have one witness signed up in opposition to the bill, Bruce Bariano.
Surprise, I have compromised and I'm no longer in opposition. But this Don't take it as a normal, all right? But no, I've been speaking with the fine lady from the Attorney General's office. And it's my understanding that on page 2 of the bill, lines 20 through 27 will be amended out. It's not necessary. The main purpose for the bill, for the record, Bruce Mariano, I represent the wholesalers of that are here in the state of Maryland. So you would require complete and accurate language, which is on page 1 of the bill, lines 19. And so with that, we would be favorable with an amendment, and hope that with that you would pass it, because I know the 5 companies that I represent that are in Maryland, they do it right and correct, and so I just want to protect them. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but thank you very much, and I'll follow through with the Attorney General's office, and we'll submit the amendment.
Thank you very much. Senator Ellis.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair. Really quick, so this takes out the penalties for not complying.
Yes, because there are other penalties in the law currently, which should be utilized.
Okay, great. Thank you.
These are additional new ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no additional testimony,
Thank
we
you, Madam
thank
Chair,
you.
members of the committee.
And
Hope you
that
have a
will
good day.
conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 541. Colleagues will now turn to Senate Bill 523, medical cannabis employees in healthcare settings caring for qualified patients. Senator McKay, and if you have a panel, please feel free to bring them forward.
Please come up. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. We're trying to be quick, save time as they're taking their seats. Senate Bill 523 for the record, Senator Mike McKay. The purpose of this bill is to allow designated medical personnel to expand their ability to treat patients in the medical cannabis. My panel will explain more further. I urge a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies on behalf of our client, Grow West. The bill before you is with amendments that the sponsor has will address or will set up a very similar situation as the legislature has already passed for schools and for the application of cannabis for students. And so that will allow this will allow for assisted living facilities, for instance, to have those same treatments. So literally it is we're asking for the same standards to be applied from the school system that you've already passed several years ago to simply assisted living facilities and other medical facilities. We'd ask for the favorable consideration.
My name is Susan Valois, and I'm the owner of a family-run business in Cumberland in Allegheny County, Grow West. And we came to the area in 2017, and we would like to ask your help in allowing equal access for seniors to cannabis. This bill will allow them, making the process less cumbersome for patients and healthcare professionals alike. We ask for a favorable consideration. We thank you for all your good work and help for all the people of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor or the panel? Seeing no questions, we thank you very much for your testimony, and that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 523. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 525, Economic Development Program Participation, Cannabis Business Establishments. Senator McKay, and again, feel free to bring any panelists.
Same bat channel, same bat time. I'll be a little bit longer on this one, Madam. Senate Bill 525 speaks to a major employer here in Maryland, but especially in Allegheny County. The problem this bill is addressing is that the Department of Commerce denies certain cannabis businesses. Now, the bill will clarify the eligibility of the One Maryland tax credit, job creation tax credit, and other targeted programs when it comes to eligibility. My panel will be more specific with the challenges and the amendment that is in your system. Yesterday on the Senate floor, I talked about a plant closure. This is an example of some of the policies that hurts the region of Appalachia that I represent. So therefore, Madam Chair, your favorable committee report will help me address these policies as I referred to yesterday. Mr. Butler?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Again, Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies on behalf of Grow West. This builds on the good work that the legislature's already done for cannabis companies in extending 280E tax incentives. That was, I believe, in last year's legislation. So for the record, Allegheny County is my home. It is also a tier one entity or county for the purposes of One Maryland and other tax credits. If Grow West was any other manufacturer, they would have a number of tax credits available to them, but they don't, because they just so happen to be manufacturing medical cannabis. They're now at 150 employees within 3 years or so. That's unheard of for Allegheny County. So what this bill does is it allows for essentially parity with other commerce incentives for that are available to any other major employer, just as Hunter Douglas, as the senator had mentioned, is now closing its doors. But Grow West is a major employer that is really shut out of these tax credits. So again, we'd ask for favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Susan Valois, Grow West. Grow West is a Maryland small business owned by my family. We're lifelong residents of Maryland and Maryland small business owner operators. Aware of the opportunity the business could bring to residents of a region deeply affected by the retreat of industry, we chose to build our cultivation center and dispensary in Cumberland, Maryland. Grow West now occupies the former Kelly Springfield tire manufacturer complex, which was sitting idle for almost 3 decades. Bringing this property back to life not only provided an ongoing economic and strong psychological boost to the region, but it placed it back on the tax rolls. From the beginning, Grow West invested in the community. Our construction projects alone, which transformed the Kelly buildings into a gleaming modern cultivation center, employed local contractors and tradespeople for over 24 months. With 18 employees in 2018, the Grow West team now has 150 employees. These people are provided with good jobs, sustaining wages, health benefits, 401ks, and that's allowed them to stay in their towns, purchase homes and cars from local businesses, support local business, and strengthen economic development in our community. Our company is a major employer in Allegheny County, and we ask that you treat us as a business like any other and allow us to have the opportunity for these tax credits and programs. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. It's interesting. Is an interesting piece of legislation. And I wonder, these tax credits and the economic development assistance isn't unique to Western Maryland, right? And so I wonder if the Department of Commerce is applying this statewide and if the problem may exist even outside of Allegheny County. Are you
Yes.
aware that they're
As I understand, yes, sir, Senator, that this is a statewide.
So it gives the committee something to think about as we look to expand jobs. Thank you so much, Senator, for
Thank you.
bringing this.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions for the sponsor or this panel? Thank you all very much for your testimony. We
Madam-
do have one. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we do have one virtual witness signed up
Wonderful.
on the bill. So good afternoon, and this should be Alicia Edwards. Good afternoon. You can begin when you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Edwards, and as a Baltimore City resident and a social entrepreneur, I aim to pursue sustainable community-based solutions to alleviate systematic problems. I would like to present a plan for cannabis economic development in Baltimore through program participation and the formation of business establishments. The Baltimore Vertical Farming Association is an organization focused on building an equitable and responsible cannabis-related ecosystem through innovative education and sustainable practices to ensure residents disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition are incentivized in this newly legal landscape. With over 1,400 abandoned properties in Baltimore City, Baltimore is a prime community to capitalize on the surplus properties and create a cannabis vertical farming operations, also known as seed to sale operations, creating a craft cannabis brand enterprise that caters to residents and consumers. This sustainable framework of cultivating, processing, and manufacturing and selling cannabis products will promote homegrown social economic development and entice people and funds back to Baltimore. The urban vertical farming, agriculture, and cannabis tourism can provide community-based solutions to alleviate a lot of the problems in Baltimore and in Maryland in terms of economic growth. Our concept will give exclusive authority to create vertical operations within Baltimore and also educate residents for the future cannabis industry by providing pipeline services, by using the current HBCUs such as Compton State and Morgan State to provide license opportunities and educational opportunities for Baltimore residents and Maryland residents as a whole. And I would like to use the tax credits to entice businesses in Baltimore.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions from the committee, so we thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you all for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we have high expectations and hopefully we're not leaving you on a buzzkill.
I thought that was a pun. I wasn't going to read into it, but I thought it was a pun. Okay, thank you all. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 525. Colleagues will now turn to Senate Bill 671, medical cannabis. I'm talking slow so the vice chair can get over on the other side of the room. Medical cannabis, visiting qualifying patients. Vice Chair Klausmeier and your panel can come up as soon as you're ready. Come on up, panel. It's next year.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. Senate Bill 671 is a very straightforward bill. It would simply allow an out-of-state resident with an out-of-state medical cannabis card to purchase medical cannabis in Maryland. Many out-of-state patients travel to Maryland for treatment at one of the Maryland's world-class hospitals. Excuse me. They should be able to legally access medical cannabis while receiving treatment in Maryland. With recreational cannabis on the horizon, you may be wondering why an out-of-state patient would need a Maryland medical cannabis card. First, adult use cannabis will be taxed at a higher rate, and qualified visiting patients should not have to pay more to purchase their medicine. Second, a medical cannabis patient may be under the legal age to purchase cannabis in the adult use market. And third, even if an out-of-state patient can buy in the adult use market, the medical program allows for the sale of higher THC product than the adult use program. We have been working with the Maryland Cannabis Commission on amendments which would provide the following: an out-of-state resident with a valid out-of-state cannabis card could acquire a Maryland cannabis card through Maryland Cannabis Commission. Maryland would accept the qualifying condition recognized by the patient's home state. Patient would then be able to purchase medical cannabis and would be subject to the same rules and regulations as a Maryland patient. The amendment would also delay the effective date until January 1st, 2024, to ensure that there is an adequate supply after the start of adult use sales in Maryland. I thank the committee for their time and ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 671.
Hello, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Warren Lemley. I'm president of Peak Relief, an independently Maryland-owned and operated medical cannabis dispensary in Rockville, and I strongly support Senate Bill 671. When I was awarded a license for District 17, where I grew up, I ended up being awarded for our dispensary 5 miles from the high school, which I graduated. I took this as a responsibility to serve my community with the highest quality cannabis and provide the best service possible. I took this responsibility very highly. I also found that this provided me with a unique situation to try to advocate for patients' rights, and that is why I'm here today. As the senator had mentioned, countless times I've been at the dispensary where people have traveled to Maryland with a valid medical card from another state, hoping and expecting to be able to get cannabis in this state as well. My dispensary is located 5 miles from Walter Reed, and also being around the Shady Grove area, there's a lot of great hospital systems that are around there. This piece of legislation is important because of the patients that might be traveling for treatment at many of our esteemed healthcare systems, others who may travel from work, and also people who might be visiting or coming back to visit their family who need medical cannabis for their, basically for them to have normal lives. Once again, as Senator mentioned, this is very important because adult use will be able to service some of the adults that are going to be able to access the new program, but specifically this leaves out pediatric patients who wouldn't be able to access the adult use program when they're within our state. This also is very important for the people with the most severe conditions because there are potencies that are going to be allowed within the medical program that are most likely not going to be allowed within the adult use program as well. For this, also as well, we find that a lot of medical patients get away from the pharmaceuticals when they turn to medical cannabis, and they might not have access to those pharmaceuticals anymore. And they could also result in side effects, which I would like to avoid. I do urge a favorable review. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Trisha Sheffield. I'm a caregiver for, last year he was a pediatric patient, and I'm just speaking from experience that going out of town, traveling with him, the fear is that like, what if we lose the medicine? What if he needs more and we couldn't get it? So I do empathize with people who come from out of state into this state because, they wouldn't be able to get it. So that's why I'm in favor for this bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you for bearing with us on this long day for you. Appreciate you hearing us. My name is Laura Barrett Nutting. I'm a registered nurse in the cannabis industry. I'm known as Nurse Laura. You may have met me walking around in my pink scrubs recently as we are working on multiple bills down here. I am here to testify for this reciprocity bill because of the patients that I work with. So I am not a certifying provider. I'm not someone giving them the card. I am more like your personal trainer to meet your cannabis goals. And as a medical patient, that's really important because we have people that don't understand how the THC is going to interact in their body or don't understand which products they should purchase at the dispensary. So when they're in a state and they find a product and a person that has helped them to pick something that works, and then they are traveling, like was mentioned before, for medical treatment or to visit family, or in our case, Maryland and Florida are like sisters. So many people live in both states. They need to be able to have that same product, similar product, find that product in a medical dispensary. Those products generally in many states with adult use programs are not the same reliable products, and they need to be able to securely purchase them in a medical dispensary. It's my concern that if we don't have reciprocity, that we put those patients at risk. And again, those people call me and ask me for help, and they're asking things that are not legal to do, like sneaking their medicine across the line. So we want to have access so that they can safely and within the law be able to access their medicine, and parents can feel confident that they're doing safe things for their children, because again, the kids are the most impacted without reciprocity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of Peak Relief. We urge a favorable report. This is a very straightforward bill. If you have an out-of-state cannabis card and an ID, you can present it to the commission and get enrolled and registered in their system. We've had meetings with the commission. We were working on amendments. They raised a couple of issues. One, they wanted to be able to track. We think the amendments will do that. Two, they wanted to delay the effective date because of concerns about not having enough supply once the adult use program is started. So we're almost finished with the amendments. There was some discussion as to whether or not the commission would issue a Maryland card, but I think they prefer to find a way to just register the out-of-state patient. So we're still working on the details. I think it might be best to give the commission flexibility so they can do it in an efficient manner and do it in a way that's timely. The other issue, this bill is drafted to the current code sections. So if you're in favor of this bill, this would probably need to be rolled into the adult use bill. Things are changing rapidly, so I just raised that for the committee council, who probably has already noticed that. So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. I think we've heard from the sponsor and the panel. I do not see any questions from the committee. Thank you very much for your testimony. We do have one additional witness signed up on this bill. So Rusty Carr, who signed up favorable with amendments, you can come forward and get started as soon as you're seated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm in favor of this bill. I'm a little bit concerned about the requirement to get another card and the pending amendments. The requirement to, or the request to delay sales to January 1, 2024 confuses me, because in the adult market, we are allowing sales to out-of-state residents on July 1st. And why we need to delay sales to out-of-state medical patients, but not delay it to out-of-state recreational patients, is I don't understand at all. Other states do visiting reciprocity very simply. You show your card and your out-of-state card, and they let you buy. The need to track purchases is a lot less now with recreational, because there's no need for diversion like there was before when it was only medical. When people can get virtually as much as they want without a card, limiting the medical patients doesn't seem to make sense to me. So for those reasons, I ask the committee to consider not requesting the amendments and just accepting the bill as is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 671. Colleagues, now please turn to Senate Bill 587. And that is healthcare facilities use of medical cannabis. Senator Hayes and your panel is already gathering. So please, feel free to bring forward whoever you need.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Antonio Hayes from the 40th Legislative District. For the record, today I have joining me Connor Sheffield, Tricia Sheffield, Laura Nutting, as well as Martin Mitchell. I look forward to testifying on this bill, but more importantly, I look forward to this committee having the benefit of hearing from Connor, who has, had a great impact, not just in advocating for himself, but students like him around the state, formally testifying on behalf of this body to have other laws that we've since adopted to benefit people that are in the same situation where he is. We're here today requesting support for Senate Bill 587, which would allow a qualifying patient with a valid written certification to consume medical cannabis within the medical care facility if the patient is receiving non-emergency medical care at the healthcare facility, subject to specified requirements, prohibitions, and exceptions. As Maryland moves forward to the legalization of recreational cannabis, one important aspect has been missed: allowing patients to have access to their medical cannabis, their medicine, when they enter a healthcare facility for treatment. In 2017, the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission intended for this to be allowed as new laws were passed and even put regulations in place to do so. At this time, it is critical that we prioritize the rights and access of qualifying medical cannabis users. So what does Senate Bill 587 do? It allows increased access to medical cannabis. Patients who require medical cannabis to manage their symptoms or condition will have access to their medication while receiving medical care at a health facility here in Maryland. Improved quality of life. Medical cannabis has been shown to alleviate symptoms of many conditions, including chronic pain, nausea, and anxiety. Allowing patients to consume medical cannabis while receiving medical care can improve their quality of life and comfort levels. Reduced risk of adverse drug interactions. Some medications interact negatively with medical cannabis. Allowing patients to consume medical cannabis within a healthcare facility under the appropriate medical supervision can reduce the risk of adverse drug interaction. If patients are sneaking in medical cannabis, as I heard, as was testified to in previous panel, this bill would allow for transparency between the patient and their doctor, which would minimize the risk of adverse drug interactions. Patients should have the right to make choices about their medical care, including the use of medical cannabis. This bill provides patients with the autonomy to manage their systems with medical cannabis if they have a medical certification and choose to do so. Reducing the stigma, allowing patients to consume medical cannabis within healthcare facilities can reduce the stigma associated with medical cannabis use. This can promote better communication between patients and their caregivers and ultimately improve patient care. Opiate harm reduction. Medical cannabis has been shown to be effective in managing chronic pain, which is a common reason for opioid use. By allowing patients to use their medical cannabis in healthcare facilities, Senate Bill 587 provides an alternative to opioid painkillers for certified medical cannabis users, which can help reduce the risk of opioid addiction and overdose. What does Senate Bill 587 not do? And this is really important. Senate Bill 857 only applies to medical cannabis and does not allow for the use or possession of recreational cannabis in medical facilities. It does not permit the use of medical cannabis in all healthcare facilities. Healthcare facilities can choose to opt out of the requirement to allow medical cannabis consumption, and patients cannot use medical cannabis in areas of the facility where it is not permitted. Senator Kramer, it does not allow patients to smoke medical cannabis. Patients are only allowed to consume medical cannabis through other forms such as edibles, tinctures, and vaporizers. It does not allow patients to possess or consume medical cannabis on the premises of a healthcare facility if they do not have a qualifying medical condition or certification from a healthcare provider. It does not allow hospitals or nurses to distribute or administer medical cannabis. It doesn't even involve hospitals to recommend medical cannabis. This specifically is for cannabis patients who already have a qualifying medical certification. You will hear from the opposition that passing this legislation would remove funding as the federal government still classifies cannabis as a Schedule I drug. This is simply not the case. We have seen similar laws passed in California with no funding revoked. And the Center for Medical Services, also referred to as CMS, even provided a letter that noted that they have not seen any funding revoked where similar laws have been passed. These include Maine, Connecticut, Mississippi, for just a few examples. Similar legislation is currently being introduced in 16 other states. As more states decriminalize cannabis and even create recreational markets, we must not forget to also update the books for the most important consumers of all, our patients. For these reasons, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 587, and I will turn it over to Mr. Sheffield.
Thank you very much, Senator Hayes, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Connor Sheffield. I am 18 years old. I'm a full-time college student and the executive director of the Connor Sheffield Foundation. For those that are not familiar with my condition, I suffer from gastrointestinal dysmotility and dysphagia. My progressive condition has resulted in an ileostomy and about a foot of my bowels removed. I have to use medical cannabis to be able to eat, to be able to drink, to treat my pain and my nausea. And after trying just about every single medication available for my condition, this plant is the only medicine that works for me. I sat in the same chair 3 years ago, fighting for the right to take my medicine at school. Because of that law, I was able to attend and graduate from high school along with my peers. Today, I'm here because I need your help again. Medical cannabis patients, and especially pediatrics, have been completely forgotten and denied real access to their medication. First, it was in public schools. Now it's in hospitals and even in hospice. This year, this week, today, legislators and dispensaries are fighting over regulations, taxes, who gets licenses, who can make the most money off of this plant, and I have to sit here and beg to use the only medicine that works for me. I'm stuck in a limbo as my disease progresses. I've turned down several procedures which have a chance to make my life better, including bowel transplants and ileostomy reconnections, but I can't even explore any of these options because I can't even take my medicine with me if I go into the hospital. I know what will happen to me if I go into the hospital for an extended stay. I will drop weight. I will be in immense pain. I will get worse. I will suffer. I have to think about which option has less chance of me dying, not which one will help me feel better. Thank you for your time, committee.
My name is Trisha Sheffield. I'm Connor's mom and his medical cannabis caregiver. First, we need to make clear that cannabis has not cured Connor, but it is the only medication that has given him the gift of the quality of life. There are some things that our family does not like to talk about, and I want to first apologize to Connor for what I'm about to say. I know that he may look strong today because he has to be. Connor does have a progressive disease and is slowly declining. Even though we have cannabis to help him, his intestinal rehab transplant team has advised us that he is in the dangerously low weight category of the first percentile. He is slowly starving to death and doesn't have any more weight to lose. His doctors want to help Connor with other options, but we can't even address any of it because of the way that things are right now. Connor has multiple care teams, but his primary care is at Johns Hopkins Hospital with no current access to medical cannabis. Along with thousands of others, we need the ability to have the access to cannabis and the access to medical care at the same time so that people like Connor have a chance at wellness without suffering. The opposition will tell you that there is no medical use for cannabis. The state of Maryland and 45 other states with medical cannabis programs will disagree. The opposition will also say that there is not enough research. It's there. They choose to ignore it. I'm a mother and my sole purpose is to make sure that my kids have a safe and healthy life. So please forgive my emotions, but we may not have another year. The thought of the hospital stay for any reason terrifies our family. Imagine being me, having to hear and read the opposition's sole reason is the fear of losing money, knowing that they have an out with a safe harbor and we don't have an out. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dina Boble, and my journey with cannabis started in 2016. That was the year I was told I was going to be put on the liver transplant list, even though I never drank alcohol. My liver was bleeding and my pain meds were killing me, so I had to make a change. I started researching what cannabis can do, and I used it to come off of 16 prescription medications, mostly opioids due to some other chronic medical issues I have. With cannabis, I was able to stay off the transplant list for almost 5 years. But my liver never fully healed itself. And in June of 2021, I had a liver transplant at Johns Hopkins Hospital, thanks to my daughter, who was my living donor. There were two things that were a huge concern for me before having the transplant. One was, how can I, as a mom, put my daughter through a major surgery that she doesn't need? And number two is, what are they going to do about my pain? I was terrified I was going to wake up and not only have to recover from a transplant, but also have to go through the process of opioid withdrawal again. If you aren't familiar with it, it's brutal. I woke up from surgery and sure enough, I'm right back on the opioids. I had to take them for pain for a few days after surgery. I had no choice. But once I was awake and able to think for myself, I refused them. I was literally cut open from side to side. My ribs were spread apart. My organs were removed, and I had almost 100 staples across my belly. Let me tell you, it hurt. But anytime the doctor or nurse asked me about my pain level, I told them I was fine. I wasn't. I had to refuse the opioids. I was terrified of going down that road again. Just like you wouldn't give a recovering alcoholic a drink, why would you want to give an opioid addict an opioid when they have a much safer option that they prefer to take? Luckily, I was able to fight through the craving for those opioids that I had to take in the hospital, but not everyone can. No one should be forced to suffer in pain because a hospital won't allow their patient's choice of medication, especially an opioid addict. We shouldn't have to choose between the road of addiction or suffering and pain.
Good afternoon. My name is Councilman Martin Mitchell. I'm the at-large councilman from the city of Laurel. Some people know me as the cannabis councilman. I am here today to speak in support of the Compassionate Access Act. I met Connor multiple years ago, and he is the reason that I knew that, you know, medical pediatric medicine was an issue. And he's the reason I know that it's an issue in hospitals. So I just want to commend him for being an advocate and not only advocating for himself, but advocating for many other Marylanders and a better quality of life. And so with that being said, the city of Laurel, we signed on to the class action lawsuit against the opioid manufacturers. And so for me, it is very important that we take this bill into extreme consideration because as she said, you can re-trigger people who might have become addicted to opioids. And then also it's just the quality of life that they can live with the holistic medicine. So the very first person I met in the medical industry, she lives in Oklahoma now, but she was a former vet. And she was telling me about 9 prescription pills that she was taking before becoming a medical patient, and her liver was failing and her kidneys almost failing. And the thought of her actually now being a medical patient and not being on any of those opioids. So the reduction of opioids, right? And, you know, us as a state, of course, we realize that there's an opioid problem. So we should adopt, you know, this bill. And as we said, they're not going to be smoking in the hospitals. You know, you can consume cannabis in many, many different forms. And the thought is, it is a life-saving plant, and not just a life-saving plant. Because I will say that, you know, I'm a medical patient, but you know, my medical condition isn't life-threatening the same way Connor or somebody else might be. But it definitely does improve the quality of my life. And I will tell you that I don't plan to take pills, even if I was in the hospital. And so, with that being said, I hope that you guys find the compassion to pass this Compassionate Access Act. Thank you.
Hi again, Laura Barrett Nutting, Nurse Laura in the cannabis industry. I want to just tell you one more piece about my background. So I represent a group called the National Clinical Director Consortium. We're a group of pharmacists, nurses, and providers across the country who do the same type of counseling for patients to help them figure out how to best use their cannabis as medicine. I am here in support of this bill for sure because of the stories that you've heard and because as much as I love Connor, and Connor is an extreme example of how important this is, and a liver transplant, opioid addiction is another, but we have so many examples of people, of parents, of family members who have weaned off of, with their physician's support, they have weaned off of prescription drugs, and it can be dangerous for us to put them back on them when they enter into the hospital. And so really it's about this very key phrase for healthcare practitioners, continuity of care. We need to be able to continue the care plan that they're on if it's working, rather than change it to something else and then have to slowly try to get back whenever they do get out of the hospital. Additionally, I want to share with you as a nurse who has nurse friends who still work at the bedside, that once again, people are doing it anyway. People are sneaking in this medicine. They're not telling people that they're doing it. We're not knowing to worry about the cannabinoids and how they're interacting with the drugs they're taking in the hospital. And that could potentially be dangerous. So it's important And then lastly, oh, I just almost forgot my thought. I wanted to just share, cannabinoids don't always mean THC. It doesn't always mean intoxicating. So Connor didn't get to share this, but for example, he uses mostly a cannabinoid called CBG that's not intoxicating, but is very important, and it's still illegal for him to bring that into the hospital. Thank you. Please support the bill.
Thank you all very much for your testimony and sharing your personal experiences with the committee. We're going to go to Senator Reedy and then Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. The alternative, do they offer an alternative drug in the hospital? I think I've heard about Marinol as an alternative use. Can you describe like what that's about and kind of the issues with that? Or is that's obviously you're saying that's not good enough, right? That's not helpful. Or helpful enough. Can you talk about that?
Of course. So Marinol is a synthetic of THC. It is the cannabis plant is not just THC. As my colleague Nurse Laura commented about, THC is not the only thing that people like me need. There is something that I need, something that I look for in my products called CBG, which is separate and non-intoxicating. THC is intoxicating, but CBG is not. There is, of course, also CBD. There's CBN. There's all kinds of different forms of different parts of the cannabis plant, cannabinoids. Marinol is solely a synthetic just of THC. None of the other parts, only the THC part.
That's great. I appreciate it. I learned a lot about this when I have a relative that has a child that has epilepsy and he's in another state and they had to fight for a while to allow them to use it. Of course, fortunately, we can do that here, but this is an important issue. I understand some of the legal concerns and we want to try to, we want to try to figure some of that out, but I definitely would like us to, I appreciate you being here because it's an important issue. And it's a medicine that is way less dangerous for people than some of the things that we've had. And thankfully, I think we're all starting to realize that more and more as a society. But anyway, appreciate you being here. Thanks for your answers.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Guile, followed by Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you again, Connor and Ms. Sheffield. Connor, are there any other instances in a healthcare facility that you may need access to your medical cannabis other than an admission into the hospital?
Yes, actually, speaking from a personal experience, several years ago, around the time I first started using medical cannabis, I was required to go in for an outpatient test. And the test, to put a very long story short, the way that my medical condition works is that my bowels do not process or move anything from top to bottom without any kind of help. So for a long time, I had a feeding tube. I was living in and out of hospitals for the first 13, 14 years of my life. I'm sorry, this is difficult for me. I remember one time I had to go in for that outpatient test I was mentioning, and they were trying to figure out how my bowels move things, if they do. And part of that test required them to insert something called barium within my feeding tube. But we tried and tried, and we could not push anything through my feeding tube. My stomach had built up so much pressure and just wouldn't move anything. So it was so painful. And we asked the nurses, if they could just avert their eyes for a couple minutes while I take a drop of cannabis oil of the oil that I was using at the time, and they left the room for a couple minutes. I took my oil and my bowels began moving. My stomach began working the barium through, and we were able to get my feeding tube to push through that barium and the things I needed to get in. If not for that little drop of oil under my tongue and a sip of water, I would have had to keep coming back, and I would have had to keep going through all that pain. It is because of that oil I didn't have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and very sympathetic and also supportive of medical cannabis use. I'm trying to just, as a healthcare provider, think through how this might work with the mechanics in the hospital. And I think for providers, it's really important for us to know what our patients are taking in the hospital, because there may be drug interactions, there may be, folks that should not be taking anything by mouth, et cetera, et cetera. It's really important for us to document. And in the bill, I do notice in here that there's a responsibility on the healthcare facility to document the use of medical cannabis in the medical record, et cetera. I'm wondering, and this may be a question for the sponsor, just to ensure that, there's this responsibility or the obligation on the healthcare facility to properly document this in the medical record. But the facility can only know if the patient actually discloses that, hey, I'm taking this then, or I'm taking this amount of, whether it's the oil or some other variation of medical cannabis at certain, dosages or intervals, that the patient also be required as part of this to disclose that to the healthcare facility. Because the healthcare facility here is clearly stated as having responsibility to document, but if that's not disclosed to them by the patient, it becomes very hard to document. So, I'm just trying to make sure that both parties in this have an obligation to properly provide that information so that the facility can actually document that.
Thank you, Senator. You bring up a really valid point. As we continue along, that's something that we could definitely look at and address in the legislation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions for the sponsor or this panel. Again, thank you all very much for participating in the hearing. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to go to the next panel. Call for Shanitha Lewis, Renee Resinger. And come forward and get started as soon as you're settled. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just first want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 0587. My name is Shanitha Lewis. I have a master's degree in medical cannabis science and therapeutics. I am a proud Army combat veteran, and I'm the executive director of Veterans Initiative 22, a nonprofit organization that's named in honor of the previously estimated 22 veterans who commit suicide daily. I say previously because based on a recent study, that number has increased ×2 to 44 veterans a day. This underestimation of deaths is attributed to intentional opioid overdoses. Opioids are the #1 prescribed medication for PTSD symptoms in a hospital facility. You see, veterans are twice as likely than that of the civilian population to be vulnerable to both suicide and overdose. As I wrote this testimony, the word I found most prominent was mission. I thought, how does this bill advance VI 22's mission of veteran suicide prevention, the General Assembly mission to enact laws necessary for the welfare of the state's citizens, and the hospital administration's mission to advance healthcare and the health of all Marylanders? Well, this bill does so by expanding compassionate access to medical cannabis in a hospital facility to the 24% of combat veterans who suffer from PTSD. It raises patient welfare as it eases the fears of eventual hospitalization to the 1 in 5 veterans already using medical cannabis, and who are 3 times more likely to experience relief than those that do not use medical cannabis. It offers a viable alternative therapeutic option to the 1 in 9 veterans that reportedly receive no relief from any other any more existing pharmacotherapies. It offers dignity in death to those veterans whom are approaching the end stages of life and choose to no longer use opioids. It has the potential to advance the wealth and welfare of all Marylanders by opening up opportunities for much needed medical cannabis research. Finally, this bill honors the 83% who have served and sacrificed that support medical cannabis by offering them the autonomy over their medical care that they have so rightly earned. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Reisinger. I'm a nurse practitioner in the state of Maryland. I also graduated from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy medical cannabis program that Shanitha attended. I'm also a board member with her for Veteran Initiative 22 and Maryland's Americans for Safe Access and support the Connor Sheffield Foundation. Indeed, plant cannabis is medicine. Our federal government says it is. The Department of Health and Human Services funded cannabis research in Israel decades ago. The research result discovered by scientist Dr. Raphael Meshulam and his research team were so strong, the U.S. Federal Health and Human Services placed a patent on cannabidiol or CBD. Cannabidiol helps with strokes, head trauma, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, HIV, dementia, and many other disease and illness symptoms. The human endocannabinoid system, yes, we have to talk about this. It was also discovered by scientists in 1988. It's the master regulator of every other system in our body. This is the essence of why plant cannabis promotes health, wellness, and reduces disease burden. Every cell in our body, as we now know, has a CB1, CB2 receptor primed to process and transmit our body's own endocannabinoids, anandamide and 2-AG, which are chemically similar to THC and CBD. Through the constantly changing needs of our system, our body's in a constant state of flux to promote health and wellness. Now that we know this, the stigma and illegalization of plant cannabis needs to cease. We would never shame a diabetic for using insulin. Imagine a hospital system that would not allow a diabetic to utilize insulin or bring their own insulin in to the hospital. Moving away from the science of plant cannabis, we enter the political realm. Whom is in charge? The Maryland legislators created a high-quality medical cannabis program. It launched in December. Do the right thing and pass this bill, please.
Thank you. Way to bring it home. All right. I don't see any questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. And we have another panel signed up on the bill. So we'll call forward Kevin Marilat, Richard Bond, Rusty Carr, Warren Limley, Stephen Miller, Alexander Dix. Good afternoon, and you can get started as soon as you're settled. The rest will catch up with you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the committee. Warren Lemley, once again, President of Peak Relief. I'll try to keep this shorter and sweet. Obviously, we've discussed the many illustrious healthcare facilities that we have in Maryland. Now, this is one of the reasons why SB 587 is so important, is pivotal to allowing patients to continue the regimen, which has been improved, improve their quality of life and allow them to pursue a more normal life for a wide variety of conditions and illnesses. Not allowing patients to receive the care that they have become accustomed to is unthinkable, and this is why we have to pass this legislation. Many medical cannabis patients move on from pharmaceutical medications that they previously took in hopes of receiving better results utilizing medical cannabis. We shouldn't force patients to utilize other forms of medication because they need to receive care from one of Maryland's healthcare facilities. This can disrupt the patient's care, and new forms of medications can also result in unexpected results and side effects that could have been avoided by allowing them to continue to utilize the medical cannabis they have become accustomed to. Most importantly, medical cannabis has been found uniquely capable of assisting in the care of those with PTSD, nerve pain, and numerous forms of cancer, just to name a few. They can find comfort in the ability to relieve pain, discomfort, increase appetite, which can be a life-saving measure for those receiving chemotherapy and radiation. We should not take this away from patients who have already been effectively utilizing medical cannabis to improve there's quality of life. There's also patients in need of hospice. The goal of hospice is to create as much comfort as possible. If a patient has been receiving comfort from medical cannabis, then they should be allowed to continue utilizing the medication that provides them this comfort. For this and the many reasons above, I respectfully encourage a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rusty Carr. I'm back again. In addition to being a medical cannabis patient, I'm also a caregiver for my 91-year-old mother, who is currently in the emergency room in Anne Arundel Medical Center with hip problems, suspected broken bone, whatever. They've just shot her up full of fentanyl again. She used to be on a fentanyl patch. Docs cut her off. I've got her on medical cannabis. She's been on medical cannabis for 3 years. And now, after we're done today, I have to go figure out how we're going to get her off the fentanyl again. So Connor Sheffield, me too. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon, esteemed members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Kevin Marilat. 2 years ago, I completed the Master of Science program in Medical Cannabis Science and Therapeutics as well. Hospital Policy for Medical Cannabis Use was the title of my thesis. So studied a little bit about this. And in that, we did a lot of case studies, research. I just want to go into one in particular. It's a 68-year-old male, type 2 diabetes, suffers from diabetic neuropathy, has hypertension, gout, high cholesterol, all of which were being controlled with medication. Gabapentin was not effective. Lyrica was not tolerated or affordable. And he suffered an abdominal aorta aneurysm, and post-surgery, the pain medication that they gave him was not working, was not being successful. Then he requested his medical cannabis. And that's why we're here today, to figure out how do we answer that man when he asks that question? The modern Hippocratic Oath states that I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of those physicians in whose steps I walk. In 2737 BC, Pin Chao Chang wrote the world's oldest pharmacopoeia, which listed over 100 uses for medical cannabis. In 1850, medical cannabis in general, they didn't call it medical cannabis then, was added to the US Pharmacopoeia. 2014, Rockshire-Farr Amendment that prohibited the DOJ from interfering with state medical cannabis laws. That was further codified when Donald Trump signed that into law in 2017. In Minnesota, the Minnesota Hospital Association voted in favor and put out medical cannabis policy examples in 2015. Other states have followed. No facility has lost a dime in funding as a result of having cannabis policies in their facility. We need full disclosure between the patient and the physician to have honest relationships that are focused on patient care. Thank you.
That's a hard act to follow, but my name is Richard Bond. I'm a retired Army veteran. I'm also with Veterans Initiative 22 and Americans for Safe Access. And this bill that we're trying to present to you to push forward is to give people a better quality of life. It's not about the high of the cannabis plant. The research is there. It's right here in this book. So let's step up to the plate and help our Marylanders who definitely have an advantage by using medical cannabis. Thank you very much.
Greetings, senators, mothers and sons. My name is John Alexander Dix. I'm a licensed pharmacist in the state of Maryland and Ohio. I've had the pleasure of animating the role of clinical director for the last 4.5 years in Baltimore County. I want to thank those who came before me to establish this program for Marylanders and Connor Sheffield for his bravery. I fully support this bill, and from my professional and clinical experience, I find the most important aspects of this bill for your consideration are as follows. The continuation of therapy going into a hospital leads to improved patient outcomes and symptom control versus discontinuing that therapy and having to restart it. Another way of saying this is that it's easier to achieve our target result when we already have medicine in our system, rather than having to start over from zero and potentially re-experiencing unwanted side effects, especially with opioids. The hospital's liability is minimized by allowing patients to bring their own medicine, eliminating any cost from the hospital for having to procure it. Additionally, they'll minimize liability by allowing the patient to self-administer, who, in my opinion, has far more insight into self-administration and self-monitoring than professionals or support staff. They also minimize liability by locking the medication away until its intended use. Improved patient outcomes will lead to increased HCAHPS scores and thus higher reimbursement from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Any concerns about drug interactions and contraindications can be relieved through using a drug database such as Lexicomp or Micromedics, and by checking blood work upon admission, which enables us to see how the patient has been using their cannabis in conjunction with prescribed medications already. We are already seeing this successfully implemented in California, as was mentioned earlier. Finally, the medicine will only be used in non-smokable forms, which are far easier to calculate accurate doses of and produce no damage to the throat or lungs compared to inhaled cannabis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so we thank you all for participating in the hearing. We have one final witness signed up on this bill, Brian Frazee. And he signed up in opposition. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brian Frazee here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in very respectful opposition to Senate Bill 587. I want to start my testimony by thanking the advocates for sharing their story. I also want to thank them for reaching out to us in the beginning of the legislative session. We had a very productive and constructive meeting with them. But again, I am here in respectful opposition to this bill, and that is because our opposition is really rooted in the federal rules that govern the use of cannabis. Allowing the use of cannabis in a hospital setting risks us violating CMS conditions of participation and our hospital's participation in the Medicaid and Medicare program. As you all are probably well aware, cannabis is still a Schedule I drug at the federal level. And so allowing the use of that in any form in a hospital setting would violate the CMS conditions of participation. So that is why we're here in very respectful opposition of the bill, and we respectfully urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much, Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, thanks for being here today. And I know it's not easy to come up. I probably understand better than some people how it's not always easy to be the person against something when a bunch of people are for it. But I understand the legal side of things. How are other states doing this? It sounds like there's 3 other states doing it and others pursuing it. That's my first question. How are other states doing it?
Yep, that's a great question, Senator. So
How much danger are they in? I guess is my question. Yeah.
right. So we are aware based on our research and the conversations we've had with the advocates that there's one other state that has a similar law, and that is California. It was recently passed, I believe, last year. That bill is a lot narrower than this bill. It is limited to terminally ill patients. We were told.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, because why would that matter if it puts their stuff in danger? If it puts us in danger, why would it matter that it's narrowly crafted?
Right. Well, the issue is what we were told was that there was a letter from CMS indicating that law was suitable for them. We have not seen that. We have asked to see a copy of that. And I think the other concern that we have is even if a letter like that would exist, if we have a change of administration at the federal level and they have a different viewpoint, the CMS leadership, we have a state law that then could put us at risk with the CMS conditions of participation. So I think that's we really need the federal government to act here and kind of figure this out, I think, before we could be comfortable.
I agree we need the federal government to act in general on this, but I guess my other question would be, what's the enforcement mechanism? I mean, how do they find out we're doing it? I mean, obviously we've passed a law, they track these things, and what happens? Like, how do they enforce that? Do they send our hospitals a sternly worded letter? Do they send us how does it work?
Sure. So under CMS conditions of participation, we have to follow that. Our hospitals have to follow it. There are a number of enforcement actions, revoking funding. It affects whether you can participate in the Medicare and Medicaid program. So if you don't follow those conditions, then the federal government can say your state is not allowed to participate in that federal, state matching program. So there are various ways that they enforce those rules. There's audits, there's other mechanisms that our hospitals have to follow.
Has that happened in other places with similar issues? I understand we're a little bit new on this, but is there examples of that happening that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd have to get back to you on that, Senator. But again, our understanding is there's only one other state that has this on. It's very recently passed. But we can certainly follow up.
Okay. I mean, I know that there's a lot of things maneuvering at the federal level right now, but I'd love to find a way where there could even be almost a good, even if we couldn't pass this bill as is, which I'm not saying yes or no, but if we could find a sort of a good Samaritan way to say, we're not going to hold our hospital folks responsible if someone under certain circumstances has this, but that's obviously not, we can talk offline, but thank you for the testimony.
Absolutely. Yep. And always happy to have a conversation.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions for the committee. I do just have one quick follow-up from Senator Reedy's. I'm looking at your testimony and I was trying to find the explicit language from CMS that says that this cannot happen. And I saw that you referenced a section 202303. That says it requires facilities to wait for federal regulations to be adopted. But is there something that just specifically in CMS's regs that prohibits this for Maryland hospitals?
Sure, that's a great question, Madam Chair. I can send you the exact language, but what we were testifying on is more the fact that under the CMS conditions of participation, it says that you have to follow federal law. And because the federal law lists marijuana in any form as a Schedule I drug, that's where the violation would occur as we read it.
If you can get that to me and any suggested wording that might take care of that, that would be great.
Sure, happy to.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you, so thank you for your participation in our hearing. And colleagues, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 587. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 516, which is the Cannabis Reform Bill. Senator Feldman and Hayes are the sponsors. Senator Feldman is coming up, and you can bring your panel with you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be back here. My two panelists are here,
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. We were supposed to have somebody from another committee joining, so I'll just say, in case Senator McCray comes in, Senator McCray will be here representing Budget and Tax Committee. The bill is jointly assigned, so we'll just have him come in whenever he arrives and you can proceed.
I have here, as my sponsor panel, they're here largely for questions, is Sally Robb, who many of you know, from the Senate President's Office, and Will Tilburg, who is the head of our Medical Cannabis Commission here in the state of Maryland. Again, they're here available for questions. Let me start. First of all, I want to thank Senator Hayes for going on the bill with me. He actually, there's several members of this committee have a lot of fingerprints, if you will, on parts of this bill. And last session in the Finance Committee, we had a vigorous debate. And so when it comes to community repair, reinvestment, sending money back into the community, Senator Hayes had an amendment and was, I think, out front of anybody else in the state legislature, certainly in the Senate on that. Senator Kramer's been the point person, if you will, when any issues involving public health. When we talk about the various health funds here on public health, most of those are a result of Senator Kramer's work over the last couple of years. And Madam Chair, you and Senator Hershey and I joined the work group that was convened, House Senate work group during the interim. And so I want to thank both you and Senator Hershey for your involvement in getting us to an 88-page bill that's in front of you, an emergency piece of legislation. The House has this on the floor. I haven't gotten an update as to whether the House actually passed it third reader. I don't know if it's still on the floor, but they did make some changes to this legislation. This is a cross file of Senator C.T. Wilson's bill on the other side. What I think I'm going to do with an 88-page bill, as Senator McCray walks in, is I'm going to just go through and hit a lot of the highlights, flag a few issues for the committee, I think, to consider as you all deliberate on what we want to do and how we might want to differ from the House product that's on the floor. So obviously, this is one of the higher profile bills this session. So let me take a few minutes to set the stage before I get into some of the big parts of the bill. First of all, the political landscape on this subject of cannabis has shifted pretty dramatically since we were one of the first states in the United States 10 years ago to pass a medical cannabis program. And at that time, it was very controversial, highly controversial politically, a lot of talk about being in violation of federal law, et cetera. Not so controversial now. We now have in the state of Maryland over 150,000 registered medical cannabis patients walking around our state right now as we sit here using cannabis. There's 37 states now that have full-blown medical cannabis programs, plus the District of Columbia. Blue states, red states have enacted medical cannabis. The topic has been so mainstream that actually here in the state of Maryland, we have a master's in cannabis program at the University of Maryland, the first of its in the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy, the first of its kind in the United States of America. As for transitioning now to adult use cannabis legalization, ages 21 and older, we're now up to 20 states plus the District of Columbia. In our own region here in the East Coast, in New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Virginia, have moved or are in the process of moving. The bottom line, though, is we haven't moved that quickly. We're not out front of the country by any stretch. Instead, we've taken a very deliberate, methodical approach since enacting medical cannabis program of ours almost a decade ago. Last session, the Finance Committee dealt with a number of these issues, particularly criminal justice issues, and we decided to put the broader issue on the ballot in November for Marylanders to weigh in rather than passing a straight up legalization bill, which was in this committee last session. But we took a slower approach. Almost 70% of our fellow Marylanders voted yes on question 4. So Marylanders have spoken decisively, and now our job is to create the regulatory framework to make it work in the best possible way, drawing on some of the mistakes, candidly, that were made in terms of our medical cannabis program rollout and the lessons learned from other states, the other 19 or 20 states that preceded us. So I mentioned the joint House-Senate work group. Unlike prior sessions where the House and Senate were not necessarily on the same page, we had competing bills. Far more coordination has taken place during the interim between the chambers, which is why Senate Bill 516 that you have in front of you and House Bill 556 as introduced in the House are identical cross files. Having said that, as I mentioned, the fact is, and I don't know what will emerge out of the House floor, but this committee, I anticipate, will make some changes, as we should. I'm optimistic, though, at the end of the day, the two chambers will come together and we'll have an adult use cannabis industry up and running by July 1 of 2023, which is the goal we essentially laid out last year. So in terms of the main goals, I think we should try to achieve with this legislation, with 516, is let me lay out 4 or 5 things that I hope we can achieve with the legislation. Number one, we have to get the product to the market before the illicit market gets a foothold, which is a huge problem in several other states right now that have legal adult use cannabis, legal use adult use cannabis industry in place. When there are delays, the illicit market grabs up the demand and the legal market has difficulty getting fully back in the game. The issue of diversion, the diverting of cannabis sales towards illicit, unregulated market where product is not taxed and not tested. We want the product to be regulated, taxed, and tested. So it's a public safety issue as much as anything else. Number two, with this new tax revenue, it's important for us to reinvest much of the revenue into those communities most adversely impacted by our prior enforcement policies, while also creating economic opportunities with diversity and inclusion in mind. Third, in the same vein, on the diversity, social equity application license side of things, it's not enough to authorize and issue licenses. We know that from 2018 in HB2, medical cannabis licenses, there were 14 issued as a result of that legislation. None of them are operational as we sit here in 2023. And so it's important that we don't just issue licenses. We have to find ways to get them operational. And so bottom line there is the social equity licensees need to have access to capital and or through partnerships with some of the larger established players to get them over the finish line and get operational. Number 4, do all this in a way that's constitutionally sound and doesn't invite lawsuits, because the delays that happen are highly problematic. It just delays things for a long time. And that's an opening for the illicit market to get into play when you have delays. Right now, we don't have a diversity study in place. And there's a lot of constitutional case law we need to take into account in designing the bill. And then finally, there's going to be a lot of activity here that won't occur until 2024 under this piece of legislation. And there will be an opportunity to make additional adjustments during the 2024 session. So not everything has to be dealt with this session. Madam Chair, in sum, I think we have an excellent opportunity to achieve all of these goals in a way that makes Maryland a national or the national model when it comes to an adult use market structure. Now let me turn to the bill. So let me just start with the regulatory structure itself. Under the bill, we're essentially eliminating the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission and moving that whole operation, regulatory operation, to the new Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, the ATCC. And then within that framework, there's going to be a cannabis regulation enforcement division with a director who serves at the pleasure of the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate. We're also setting up an advisory board. One point here, just something to think about. You may want to ask Mr. Tilburg or Ms. Robb about this. What's contemplated is this entity, this new enforcement division within the ATCC is contemplated, I believe, to be an independent unit of state government within the commission. So the chain of command and who that director has to answer to, we're talking about a commissioner's advisory board. Just take a look at the organizational structure, the command structure, and I think that's something that maybe Mr. Tilburg may want to comment on. We do have a new Office of Social Equity with an executive director within the new ATCC commission that was whose function is to coordinate and help administer a lot of the new programs dealing with diversity and social equity, including the Cannabis Business Assistance Fund, the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, which, as I mentioned, Senator Hayes was instrumental in getting created and got going last year's bill, produces a lot of reports and recommendations moving forward on a lot of those issues. Now, back to the issue of the goal of keep getting the illicit market out of the way. One of the key things is we've got to get product to market quickly at a low tax rate, at least until the market matures. So every other state that has moved from medical program to an adult use program, every single one has allowed the existing medical licensees get a license in the new adult use market. And so under the legislation in front of you, it allows existing medical cannabis licensees to get into the new market. They must do so by July 1, 2023, but they have to pay a large one-time conversion fee based on gross revenue. Most of that conversion fee money will end up being reinvested back into those communities impacted by cannabis policies of the past. And these conversion fees, you'll see in the fiscal note, the fiscal note writer does a nice job of outlining it. All this ranges from $100,000 to $2.5 million. I specifically would direct your attention to the fiscal note on page 11. I would note also that at least the House made one adjustment. In order this one-time conversion fee, they did make an amendment that you might want to take a look at that provides for a payment plan that you would have 18 months to come up with that conversion fee. And by some point in 2025, you may want to adjust that to make it longer. That'll be up to this committee. Also, within the same context of we want these players to get in, but we don't want them to eat up all the space. We want to keep room for the new social equity applicants and entrants down the road. And so what the bill does is it does provide some canopy caps for growers that freeze them at the size they were on October 1, 2022, prior to the referendum, plus about an opportunity to grow 25% more. And what the intent there and the thinking was, we didn't want folks after the fact, after the referendum, rush to expand, et cetera. So this October 1, 2022 date is in place. These caps, these canopy caps are on until January 1st of 2026 when the caps come off, but that's when the market by that time hopefully will be more mature. We still are not going to tax medical cannabis. We treat that like medicine. We're going to continue to treat that like medicine. We don't tax medicine in the state, but we're going to start with really low tax rates under the bill, starting at 6%, phased in 1% a year for 5 years. And then it gradually increases as the market matures. Again, people are willing to pay more for a legal product than an illegal product, but they're not going to pay double. So starting low, keep getting people into the legal market. And then later, when the market matures and you've boxed out the illegal, untested, unregulated market, you can ratchet up taxes accordingly. The taxes are going to be collected at the point of sale to keep it nice and simple administratively. I think that's important for our comptroller to be able on July 1, 2023 to actually collect taxes on this legal product. As far as licensing, the medical program basically only has three kinds of licenses: growers, processors, and dispensaries. Now, under this new regime, we have those, but we've added incubator licenses, on-site consumption establishments. There will be registration requirements for transporters, security guards, et cetera. And we separate between standard licenses and micro licenses. And some of that's all laid out in the fiscal note. The standard licenses are above 10,000 square feet canopy, up to 300,000. Below that, there is a micro license opportunity. As I said earlier, the issue of converting by July 1. The topic of social equity applicants, how do we define social equity applicants? You can take a look, it's defined on page 24 of the bill. The House actually expanded that definition a bit. You, as a committee, may want to take a look at that. And what it's going to work, how it's going to work is there will be a lottery system. You have to pass a certain minimum amount of qualifications financial, and you'll be put into a lottery. Because some other states that have used point systems have run into litigation. Again, we don't want to draw lawsuits. The lottery system seems pretty sound. But under this scheme, what we're laying out is after that initial round of the existing licensees on July 1, 2023, getting in the market, on January 1, 2024, we are going to open up a round of licenses specifically and only for social equity applicants. And that will take place on January 1st of 2024. Again, limited to social equity applicants, and that's again defined in the bill. There will be a second round available on May 1st, 2024. A lot of what happens in the second round will depend on how successful the first round is. We, again, don't have a disparity study back. That first round has to be race neutral constitutionally. As I say, we want to do this in a way that passes constitutional muster and we don't draw lawsuits. And so we have to do that. Again, we're going to have round one on January 1st, 2024, second round, May of 2024. And under the bill, there are additional rounds authorized if necessary. And then there are maximum license numbers. I'll direct your attention to the fiscal note at page 9. It lays out with the grow licenses, the processor license, the dispensaries, certain overall caps. One thing I do want to note, and I'm sure a lot of you have been lobbied on this one issue, it limits, if you have a license, one owner can only have one grow license, one processor license, and 2 dispensaries. You cannot have more than 2. Some folks who are in this space in our state have more than 2. And so one of the concerns that's been raised is if you keep it at 2 and you force folks to divest their third or their fourth, potentially that could bring litigation. Another issue that is attempted to be addressed in the bill is we want some geographic distribution balance. We moving away, and I think Senator McCray has raised this issue about not having too many dispensaries that clustered in certain areas. Now, one thing we're doing when we did the medical cannabis program, we had this 2 dispensaries per Senate district idea. This bill gets rid of all that. This bill is now moving us towards awards done by county. And there's language in there talking about balanced geographic distribution based on population and market demands. But the fact is, I think this issue of clustering is one the committee should take a look at. We don't want all the dispensaries in the activity to be concentrated. The issue of micro licenses, we're talking under 10,000 square feet or less. It's about lower barriers to entry. One of the big criticisms of the medical program is you need millions of dollars to get into the game. With the micro licenses and some of the other provisions here dealing with partnerships and incubators, we're trying to lower the barriers of entry. And I think this bill does a lot in that regard. One thing I would note is does make some changes to how we deal with delivery. Dispensaries under current law in the medical program are allowed to have a delivery service. Under this bill, that essentially goes away. I think it's the micro license folks who are going to, at least initially going to be the focus of how we can do delivery business. But I think that there's probably some pushback there you're going to hear. You might want to take a look at that. Incubator space licenses, on-site consumption licenses, and the like. One other flashpoint I'll just flag for the committee. The licenses that get issued are only good for 5 years. You can't transfer ownership of a license for 5 years, except under very certain limited circumstances laid out in the bill. The House did make some changes there you may want to take a look at in terms of, one of the criticisms there potentially could be that if the business isn't doing well, the only way you can get out of it, you have to somehow declare bankruptcy. Or the other thing here potentially is, how do you bring in equity investors? Non-controlling investors, but nonetheless, if you are trying to get your business moving, taking on some equity investments may be difficult under the bill as drafted. Again, that's an area I would encourage the committee to take a look at. And then I mentioned this at the outset, giving licenses out are one thing, access to capital and getting these businesses operational is a whole different thing, which is why we've created, and we started this in the Finance Committee last year with HB 837, we're creating a cannabis business assistance fund, of which 1.5% of the revenue from sales tax here will go to that. Plus, there was money fenced off last year, et cetera. So that the Cannabis Business Assistance Fund is designed very much to help these new business, particularly social equity applicants out. There's a capital access program that's state backed. Under the bill, it can't exceed $500,000. It's housed in the Department of Commerce. Again, this 500,000 number could be less, could be more. That might be something the committee may want to take a look at. Social Equity Partnership Grant Program, which provides incentives for some of the established players to partner up with some of the smaller folks and social equity applicants with some grants and incentives to partner up. And I think that's another one. The Loan Loss Reserve Program, which again will involve state-backed loans. The Community Reinvestment Repair Fund, which I mentioned earlier, 30% of the cannabis sales tax revenue, plus a lot of the conversion fees are going to go into that fund. This is to be directed to funding community-based initiatives that serve communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. It's going to be, and there's a definition of how that money will be divided up. As far as healthcare, this is, again, I mentioned Senator Kramer's, has been the lead on a lot of this. We have a public health advisory committee that meets, that important part, a cannabis public health fund, which a portion of our cannabis revenues will go into. I would note that some of that money under the bill as drafted goes to DUI training. The House, I believe, took that language out. Prohibits, and then just a range of some other things in the healthcare space, prohibits cannabis licensees from selling or delivering cannabis to an individual who's visibly intoxicated. There are venue restrictions like jails. It clarifies other prohibitions. You cannot operate a motor vehicle, aircraft, or boat while under the influence of cannabis. You can't use it in public space or in motor vehicles. Landlord policies. Under the bill as drafted, a landlord can have policies in place restricting cannabis smoking. I will flag that the House took that provision out of the bill. The issue of employer protections. Under the bill as drafted, an employer can test employees in accordance with drug testing policies. Again, that was a provision taken out by the House. That's something the committee might want to take a look at. And as I wind down, local government. So in prior versions of this bill, we had a local option tax. In other words, like a piggyback tax, where counties could, on top of the state sales tax, have their own local tax. That is not in this bill. Instead, what's in the bill is locals will get 1.5% of the revenue from cannabis sales to the counties and the municipalities. It will be based on the revenue collected from sales. So if your county has more sales, you're going to get more money under this formula. I will say that I'm sure MML and MACO will be in here. I think they will argue that that number should be increased because of the demands on local government as a result of this legislation. That will be up for this committee to decide. Also on the zoning issue, it does provide that counties, municipalities cannot come up with zoning restrictions that are unduly burdensome on the cannabis industry. In other words, you can't make it almost impossible to locate a grow or a dispensary in your county. The language there is unduly burdensome. That's something, again, you're gonna, I think, hear from Mako. But where the counties do have a lot of authority, or the municipalities, has to do with these consumption sites. It gives them a lot of latitude as to whether they want to have consumption sites, those type of establishments in their county. And then finally, Madam Chair, let me just reel off quickly some miscellaneous provisions. It requires dispensaries to ensure that an adequate supply of medical cannabis product is there to meet patients' demand, because we have 160,000 medical patients right now in Maryland. And the concern in other states has been when you move from medical cannabis to adult use, that the medical cannabis businesses struggle and there isn't sufficient supply. So the bill specifically provides for some reporting from dispensaries. There are protections for patients, licensees, providers, contracts, banking, insurance companies who want to do business with legitimate cannabis businesses. And so nobody's required to do business with a cannabis establishment or business enterprise. But if they do, under these provisions, there are protections, again, in the banking, as well as insurance and the like. It recodifies protections for research in our state if we want to do more research on the health effects, for example, of cannabis. It does have provisions dealing with regulating intoxicating hemp finished products under the bill to put it on equal footing with the regulations in place for cannabis. And finally, Madam Chair, there's a lot of provisions on advertising. The bill provides a ban on billboards, but it also has provisions in there, specifically page 15, I believe, of the bill, a series of regulations that will come from the commission in terms of advertising restrictions. You got to make sure that your target audience, for the most part, is 21 or older. And you can read that in the legislation in front of you. Madam Chair, I threw a lot out here. It's big picture. It's 88 pages. The House is moving, but I do think that the Senate, we're an independent entity over here, and we should make changes as we see fit and then come together. And I've got Sally Robb and Will Tilburg also here to field any questions that I may have missed or any points that I may have missed. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if you all are just here for questions, we'll start taking them. We'll start with Senator Reedy.
Thank you. I've read and memorized the entire bill. No, I'm kidding. I know it's easy to sit back with an 88-page bill on a huge subject and pick out the three things or the two things that, what about this, what about that? But I do have a couple of questions.
Actually, I agree with them. These are easy.
It is easy to do. Yeah. I do have a couple of questions of things that I've seen and been asked about. One is when we look at, we have and they're not really connected. So I'm just going to start the micro dispensaries. I think I understand what a micro grower, micro process is, but what is a micro dispensary exactly?
Well, they can weigh in as well, but I think what we're envisioning is under the standard licenses, a dispensary is just a regular brick and mortar retail establishment. We've had these for 10 years in the medical program. Right. This is, I think, these micro licenses will not be brick and mortar. I think what's envisioned, these are going to be essentially more delivery services. So it's a micro license. It may be called dispensary, but you can't have a brick and mortar. It'll be essentially delivery service for the most part, I think, is what's contemplated. And again, Sally or Will can chime in.
Does it have to be, it does say delivery service in the fiscal note, but does it have to be attached to a storefront or to a company, or can it be its own thing?
Yeah, Sally can, I think the answer is no, but Sally, feel free to weigh in.
That's correct, Senator. No, it does not.
Where would they, so they would get it, they'd go, to use the 3-tier analogy, they'd go to the distributor and get it, or is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Another question that has come to my attention from some folks I know in the industry is there's concern about the hemp industry in this bill. And I don't really have a specific question on that, but have you had some discussions with that particular industry about?
Yeah, I mean, and you'll hear from, I think, some of the folks. This is not a simple issue. Some of it relates back to the 2018 Farm Bill and some loopholes, and we dealt with it. I would say we, the Finance Committee, dealt with this a little bit last year. We have some legislation right now over in the EEE Committee. We deal with hemp. At the end of the day, we have to align anything involving hemp with how we're dealing with cannabis. And so there is in this bill, you'll see specifically a phrase, intoxicating hemp. You shall not sell intoxicating hemp unless you are regulated by Mr. Tilburg's group, similar to the way we regulate cannabis. In other words, if it's THC levels above a certain amount with intoxicating components, we want that product regulated and tested. It's really about testing and safety. And so, but it's a complicated issue because you've got some federal law here. You do have folks, I'll let them speak. I know there are people here to testify, but yeah, so we have some hemp bills floating around the General Assembly. At the end of the day, what's intoxicating hemp, that this bill has a definition. Would have to match up with a couple of the other bills we have, but it is part of the conversation.
And finally, Madam Chair, and thank you. The issue of, we talked about zoning. You mentioned the term, and I think it's come up in the House, consumption areas versus, I mean, I know what a dispensary is, and I think discriminating against a dispensary is one thing, but a consumption site, on the other hand, are we talking about allowing for places to just, what does that mean?
Well, it's a place, I mean, one of the criticisms is wealthy folks can go use it in their home, but if you're in a multi-housing unit or something, having a place, and because of last year, you can't smoke cannabis or use cannabis publicly. So having a place where you can go and consume. Now, I will just make this broad point. This is where I said earlier about zoning. Under that part of the bill, the locals have a lot of autonomy. Locals, I believe, and Sally or Will can correct me, I think the locals, any local government, Carroll County could say, we don't want them here and we're not going to allow them. But if you want them, it's authorized under this legislation. Several jurisdictions, again, we're up to 20 states now that have adult use, and a lot of those jurisdictions do in fact have consumption establishments that are authorized.
And they could serve alcohol there. No,
I believe they cannot. I think that under the bills and under the regs that would come, it would only be for that. I don't even
much
think
like a cigar shop, it would have.
Correct. I don't even think they could maybe even sell food. Definitely, I don't think they could sell alcohol. It would be limited to the legal product that's authorized under this bill.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So we have Senator Guile, Senator Beidle, Senator Ellis, and then Senator Lamb, then Senator Hershey. Just so you know, I see you. Okay, Senator Guile.
And Mr. Tilburg and Sally Robb are here.
Right. Be better to call the people who have not turned on their microphones. Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You touched upon the divestment issue that we've all talked with a lot of groups about. And I think you just said that issue's been resolved. Is that what you said? Or
no.
No, it has.
Are you talking about the dispensary limitation?
The quantity of licenses and then possibly having to divest.
Yeah,
if they
no,
have more.
I think that who you've heard from are the dispensary folks who have more than two.
Right.
And no, the House did not change anything. I was just suggesting that might be something this committee would want to
Okay.
take a look at. Because I
Gotcha.
do think one of the principles they laid out at the beginning is do some things here and avoid lawsuits where possible. But when you do that, you're, closing up some space for, another big part of this, we want to keep as much space available as possible for the new social equity applicants who are going to come in January. So that is the tension. But I do have some concern, candidly, if you're requiring somebody because of an act of the state legislature to divest themselves of a dispensary, I suspect we would likely have lawsuits. I don't know the outcome. I'm just saying that all those things are risk factors in terms of delaying, which then plays into the illicit market, will come in and grab up the demand. And that's a big problem in all these other states.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Beidle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Senator. And my question's for Sally Robb. So I'm gonna let
Good.
you
I
off the
like
hook.
that.
So Ms. Robb, you and I met to talk about I guess it's the purchase price to transfer from a medical cannabis or to be able to now do recreational cannabis.
That's correct.
And so this is what I find interesting. So if you're $1 million or less, it's $100,000. But if you're 1.1 million, it now becomes $500,000, which is almost half of your value. Is that, have we looked at amendments for that? Has there been any change to that clause?
I think there have been several conversations that have been had, and I suspect that there may be some testimony today that is offered by witnesses. But as introduced and as the bill is before you, there is no sliding scale beyond those windows or that space.
Okay, so that's maybe an amendment we can look at creating.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this presentation. So I have several questions, but I limited it to one. You mentioned the initial stages of this endeavor, WMB, Women Minority Business Enterprises. There's no, I believe you said there is no disparity study in place to allow that. So my question is there?
Not yet. I should say there is one in the works.
Okay, that was my question. Is there?
In fact, we had this conversation on the floor today about the Constitution and disparity stuff. So there is one in the works. It's not completed yet.
So it's previously authorized.
Right.
Okay. So do we needed, we had one for the medical side. Is it going tying into that? Or you know about?
I may let Mr. Tilburg or Ms. Robb, I think that the issue of the impact, whether that study on the medical market would apply here. These are different markets. First of all, this is a new market, different players and much bigger. So I maybe Sally or Will may want to chime in on, the disparity study that may have been done with the prior market.
The sponsor of the bill is correct. We are awaiting a disparity study. That legislation that this body passed last year is pending. And there is language in the bill throughout to acknowledge that should a disparity study come back and several other conditions are satisfied, there would be an opportunity for the program to include race conscious and factors if several factors are satisfied. But we are waiting that disparity study, as the sponsor noted. The previous ones that are done for several reasons we cannot use.
Okay, thank you for that. So one follow-up question. So if that disparity study come back and say yes, does it require new legislation to implement that MBE program?
Well, again, this is not an MBE program. What we're talking about are social equity applicants starting January 1st, 2024. In that round one, I think no matter what the disparity study says, I think under the constitutional case law, that first round must be race neutral. The question of then after that, in round two, if you've got the backup of a disparity study, then you could put race in play. But the first round has to be race neutral, whether you have a disparity study or not, is my understanding. And so, yeah.
The Senator's correct. There's nothing that would need to be changed statutorily. There's triggering language that if there is a disparity and the first round is unsuccessful in establishing diversity and equity, then the Office of the Attorney General works with the Office of Social Equity and the Cannabis Division to develop remedial measures, race conscious provisions to implement those. So nothing else is needed in the bill. It's just waiting on the disparity study and the results of the first round.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. Had a few questions. Wanted to start by touching on kind of the on-site consumption. It gives me a little bit of hesitation just because of the premise of it. And the other part of it is that, and you may recall from the Clean Indoor Air Act that was passed by the legislature before, there were modifications made to it that actually prohibit cannabis from being smoked indoors. Are you open to not permitting cannabis to be used indoors in order to help preserve the intent of the Clean Indoor Air Act?
Yeah, I made it for, look, it's what the will of the committee is, just to be clear. When I walk out of here, this is the product of this committee. I think the Clean Indoor Air Act provisions are largely not, I'll let you two weigh in. I don't think they're necessarily impacted by this bill. I think those provisions are largely intact now, to Senator Lamb's point.
Senator, I think you're referencing HB 837 last year, which amended the Clean Indoor Air Act to expressly include prohibiting the smoking of cannabis in indoor places of employment. The on-site consumption piece, it's critical, as the senator noted in his opening remarks, is not until May of 2024 at the earliest. So it's a placeholder provision now. You all are going to come back again next session to flesh this out. In fact, the House amended version that was voted on the floor yesterday requires additional study by the division and the Public Health Advisory Council on the issue of on-site consumption. But it is critical for the state to do something in this space, because absent the state clarifying the position, locals are starting to approve these businesses already. You may have seen articles that were in the news this week in Montgomery County. There's a consumption lounge that is opened up. And so I think that there's good reason for those who may be concerned about consumption lounges and smoking within specifically smoking within them, that there needs to be something in state law as a placeholder to allow for greater debate about this and greater study. And without that, locals will be able to reach their own conclusions. And we've already can see what the results of some of that is.
Thank you. And so a few follow-up questions on that. So one, if this is just a placeholder, why do we need it in this bill now? Can't we just study this in the interim and then figure out what ought to be done with on-site consumptions rather than putting a placeholder into this bill?
It states that a state license is necessary, and until those are awarded, it would not be permitted throughout the state. Absent that, political subdivisions are reaching their own conclusions on the legality of consumption lounges generally and smoking within them specifically.
So to that point, and to your example, which is, I read the same article in the Baltimore Banner where there's a facility down in Montgomery County that's opened up now. How is that not in discordance with the current state statute prohibiting cannabis from being smoked indoors?
The Department of Health enforces the Clean Indoor Air Act. I think that's a great question for the department. Without having greater details, it does appear to violate the current provisions.
Okay, well, that was my interpretation of it too. So I'm just concerned about the slippery slope. We're already seeing institutions and facilities moving this direction of having on-site consumption, even in what seems like apparent discordance with current state statutes. So this whole on-site consumption piece does give me some pause. The other piece here is with regards to hemp, and I think the chairman is familiar with this from having dealt with this in prior committee and through prior legislation. The hemp, one of the extracts from hemp during production is Delta 8 THC, which is different than Delta 9 THC. I think Delta 9 is covered in this bill, but Delta 8 is not. Delta 8 as an extract from hemp is oftentimes exempted, and we're seeing it being sold more and more at places like gas stations and whatnot, where it still has a lot of the similar effects as Delta 9 THC. This bill obviously does not include Delta 8 THC. Any reason or concern with including Delta 8 THC in this bill or not?
Well, we've spent a lot of time on this topic. I will say this committee had a Delta 8 bill last session. I sponsored it. It resulted in a study done by Mr. Tilburg's commission that was 132 pages produced on December of 2022, which you can read with recommendations on how to regulate Delta 8. Last year, we did raise, there was not even an age limit. At least we were able last session to put it at age 21. But you're right, there is, again, I come back to the 2018 Farm Bill. You can grow some things under a certain amount and then synthetically get it to high THC levels. But currently that is not a regulated product. Our tested product in the bill, this bill, you do see a phrase intoxicating hemp with a definition of THC levels. So again, I think you're going to have some folks from the hemp industry here pushing back on that. So we're touching on that, but then we have another bill in my committee that sort of tie it up at least a little bit. It's not perfect, but this is complicated because of the federal farm bill a bit. So, and I would welcome Will Tilburg weighing in on this, or Sally.
Senator, if you look to page 69 of the bill is introduced, 36-1103. It says a person may not sell or distribute a product intended for human consumption or inhalation that contains more than 0.5 milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol per serving or 2.5 milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol per package. So that is THC broadly. It would encompass Delta 8 and others. So as was discussed at length in the House, the purpose of this provision is prohibited unless you have an adult use cannabis retail license and the products meet the manufacturing laboratory testing standards of the adult use cannabis program. You cannot distribute any products above this THC threshold, which is seeking to prohibit the sale of intoxicating hemp products, not just Delta 8, Delta 10, others, unless you're within the adult use market. It also has a separate provision that relates to purely synthetically derived cannabinoids. So things like HHC that do not naturally occur within the plant are intoxicating, are purely the result of laboratory work. Those are prohibited for sale broadly within this bill.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Let me just close out with two quick questions here. I also have received a lot of concerns about the potency and the fact that and we just touched on kind of potency of these variations of THC, that there are no caps on the potency in this bill. Would you be open to requiring the ATC to actually develop potency regulations as to caps so that they would reduce the risk potentially of children that might accidentally ingest high doses of THC?
I certainly think that's something that the committee could address. Would note that generally medical cannabis holders are ingesting or have authorization to consume higher potency products. And so certainly that's something that the ATC under its reconfigured status could be tasked with sorting out.
I mean, I would not be opposed to there be different potency caps for medical versus adult use generally, but I guess that's something that we can require ATC to look at through regs. Last question has to do with kind of the breakdown of the public health funds. And as I think all of us are aware, we have a shortage of providers, particularly behavioral health and substance use providers. Any thought given as part of this process, and now as we as a committee kind of look through this, any concerns with looking at how we can utilize some of those public health funds to some extent be directed to help support increasing behavioral health and substance use provider training and support?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I'll come back to Senator Kramer. He's been on top of it. That very advisory board and fund is really, I don't know how I would say a child of Senator Kramer concept here, but that number of 1.5%, I think quite candidly could be modified. The committee might want to consider modifying that provision to bulk that up a little bit and direct some of the money along the lines you said. I mean, that's within the purview of the committee, but I think that's an area. That, I mean, right now we've got the 30% for community reinvestment. There's these 1.5 for the locals, 1.5 for the public health fund. The committee might want to consider bulking up more towards targeted directed things and less towards the general fund. I mean, the fault here is whatever's not in these identified separate targeted things will end up in the general fund. You may want to, recalibrate those percentages. So I think that's an area. I don't want to speak for anybody else. It's just my own thought on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm concerned about there are obviously going to be public health implications from this bill. And to the extent that there are, that we could bulk up substance use, behavioral health provider support.
But I make the same point about the locals. I know MML Make will be here. There are impacts on the locals, the counties, municipalities, and that 1.5%, is not a big number. And, that might be another area where, again, you take out, it won't go to general, but if you bulk up that 1.5 a little bit, and that'd be another area for the committee to consider. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going Senator Hershey, Hayes, Mounts, and McCray. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll stick with you on some of these. Concerned about the distribution of the dispensaries. And instead of it being the senatorial districts, it'll now be on a county basis. You said based on population and market demand. So how is that going to be determined? specifically?
Yeah, would like to see a final bill, but assuming this
Yep.
language, we have first looked already at the Medical Cannabis Commission of population distribution across counties. And given the first round of standard dispensary licenses, which I think is 80 are contemplated, have thought of one dispensary per county and then distributing there potentially based off of population thereafter. Additional considerations when we're talking about market demand would be an area in Western Maryland that may not have as great a population within the state, but has in Pennsylvania and West Virginia populations that would frequent it. So there's other pieces here. And we would also look at product sales information from the medical program to see where patients are living and where product is being purchased currently. So a combination of those factors in looking at the distribution. It would be anticipated that applicants would be applying for a specific county, however.
The applicants would apply for specific county. The commission then would determine each county will get this many dispensaries?
Yes, that information would be shared in advance of the application round so that all applicants were aware of the eligible number of opportunities in a specific jurisdiction.
Okay, now counties have no say over that, correct? The local county governments don't have any say into this matter. The commission will say how many are going there, and is this whether the counties want them or not?
The bill as introduced doesn't allow for an opt-out for counties or to cap or otherwise restrict the number of businesses within their jurisdiction.
Okay. Can counties or municipalities then restrict a dispensary from being located in a specific area?
There is zoning authority contemplated within the bill, yes.
It says, let's see. May establish zoning or other requirements. May not establish zoning or other requirements that unduly burden a cannabis license.
Right.
Unduly.
I think I mentioned that at, outset, that I think you'll hear from Mako MML. I think the concern, here's a one tension. On the one hand, we're making a state policy decision here. We don't necessarily want to have locals have veto authority. In other words, yes, you can do what you want at the state level, but we're not going to allow through unduly burdensome zoning any of that stuff anywhere near us or in our county, in our region. I mean, that I think is the thinking there. On the other hand, everybody wants the money. So one of the, I guess, counterbalances is the formula in terms of what the locals get will be based on sales. So I think there's a little tension there, but it does read undue burden, except when it comes to consumption sites, then the locals can decide they don't want those. But the language is undue, unreasonable, and that's what's in the bill as drafted or as introduced.
I'd agree if I think that there was a trade-off when you said everybody wants the money, but if I looked at what the fiscal note says, and I'll go to a full year, FY 2025, where estimated annual sales are supposed to be $812 million. And at a tax rate, if we keep the way that we are right now, 6, 7, 8, 9, at a tax rate at 7%, that would be sales and use tax of $57 million. Okay, 1.5% of that to counties and municipalities is $853,000 divided by 24. If it just was split up even, it's $35,000.
Right, which is why I said
Very attractive.
I think you'll have Mako and MML here saying that 1.5% number should be higher, but that's for the committee.
Well, problem is the bill was submitted like this at 1.5%. So somebody thought about that number. Somebody came up with that number and could have done the math just the same way that I did to say it's not $35,000 is not very attractive to have to take on what many believe will be a lot of problems based on having dispensaries in areas of their county that they may not be able to regulate the way that they want. And I, have talked many times about, we all are down here in Annapolis, and to walk up and down West Street or Main Street with 3 or 4 dispensaries on them may not be the type of town that Annapolis has always sought to be and wants to continue to be. Many of us have traveled to Denver and other places through NCSL, and we went and visited a dispensary, but you didn't have to go very far. In fact, get off the plane, land in downtown Denver, and you could smell this everywhere. So why can't a municipality decide that we don't want dispensaries in a certain area? Why can't they restrict that?
Senator, I would say that the legislation was crafted to ensure that was equitable access across the state for several different reasons, one of which is to reduce that illicit market, as the sponsor of the bill first noted. The second thing that I'd like to point out is that the tax rate that is going back towards that local impact fund is really designed to help with enforcement. And certainly, I think the sponsor of the bill has noted that the committee may want to examine altering the amount that is going to that fund. But the entire purpose of the legislation is not to make money for either the state, a municipality, or a local government. It is really to make this product available as it is with alcoholic beverages and not for it to be something else. Regarding the specific unduly burdensome language, there was a lot of thought and discussion that was put into that language to try to give counties the ability to have an input in the communities that they are regulating, but not to make it so, as was previously noted, you would have a county that would essentially, through zoning, prohibit there from being any type of cannabis business in their entire region. And that is what the legislation is trying to balance, that there is some discretion on where these businesses may be located, but that in fact it is not so unduly burdensome that you would end up that you put a prohibition of 2,000 square feet within a church, within a school, within a playground, within any entertainment district, within all of this, so that then there is not actually a feasible area in which one of these license holders could locate a business.
I mean, that's what we saw with the medical program. There's still 4 dispensaries that are not operational 6 years later due to zoning issues in 2 counties in the state.
And I
Well,
have to
there-
reiterate.
just real quick with zoning. I mean, are they going into an area that is not zoned for them? I mean, people would like to build things all different places, and zoning is in place so that growth and types of uses can be restricted. So it's not to say that those dispensaries couldn't be located in the county that they wanted to, maybe just not at the location that they want to.
In the instances I'm referencing, 3 of the 4 have been able to find any location within the districts that they were placed that meet the zoning requirements. The 4th has a location that qualified within the county zoning, but it required a variance, and that was challenged, and that's still being litigated years later. So there essentially were no options within the jurisdictions that I referenced.
Senator, can I just wait? I have
sure.
to make one final point. I've said at the beginning. The premise, though, is that if there's nothing there, people aren't purchasing the product. And as Sally said, Rob said, the product's being sold. The question is, do you let the illicit market come in and sell the product that's untested, unregulated, or not? And that, I think, is one of the reasons you want to have regulated entities there where the product is tested. And so you can say we're not going to allow it, give us the authority, but the product's still coming in there. In some states, like New York, 60-70% of the product right now is illicit, illegal, untested. And that's part of the state policy goal here.
Is there a way that we're going to be able to tell down the road if we were successful in eliminating the illicit market?
That's outside my lane a little bit. I mean, I think it's been a challenge for all the 20 states that are now full-blown adult use. It's a problem. I think that what we've tried to put in place here, I mean, actually, just to the point you just made, by having some zoning, we assure that the product's being sold, but there's going to be access into the regulated market. And that's one way to deal with this. And tax rates are low. I think we're putting in place policies to minimize the chances of the illicit market rolling, the whole state. We can't guarantee that. No, there's no way to guarantee that.
All right. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hayes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one quick question for Sally, Ms. Robb. The chairman alluded to the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. It appears to be some differences in the language in which we passed last year. Are you able to articulate what the differences in the language from what we actually passed to what the bill before us have as it relates to the fund?
I believe so. On page 14 of the bill, in lines 22 through 25, you'll see the change. Essentially, the language that you all adopted last year said that the funding was for initiatives that serve communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition. And the language that was introduced this year, because this disproportionately impacted or harmed area appears and is necessary through other entities, we made a uniform definition. However, in that uniform definition, as opposed to being harmed, the word that was substituted was impacted. And I have heard that there could be some concerns about the switch from the use of disproportionately harmed versus disproportionately impacted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Thank you. In one section of the bill, it deals with expansion and it has some dates. And if you had your license at a certain date, October 1, 2022, I think is the date. And I know there's a grower in my district where that's a problem, where there's a suggestion we might want to request to tweak that a month or two back so they qualify and meet with the bill. Is something like that going to be controversial, or are all these dates carefully negotiated and part of a compromise or something?
Look, all I could say, the rationale for that date was this is pre-referendum. And I think the thinking was to have in place before there's actual passage, after the fact, people, expanding and doing a bunch of things. So you needed a point in time. Again, but my other point was you want a point in time where you can lock in folks into a space, keeping room for the new social equity applicants, and this date pre-referendum seemed to make sense. But like everything else in an 88-page bill, everything's subject to some adjustments, but that's really all I can say.
And prior to session, and this topic came up over and over in business meetings, we were asked what will be done to protect liability for businesses with the legalization of adult use. Is there a section in the bill that deals with that?
Well, we have protections for employers involving testing policies. I would say more broadly, if you look around the country, employers have pretty much the ability to do what they want with respect to their employees in terms of policies. And so the bill does allow, if you have existing testing policies, the bill specifically allows, as introduced, to do that. I would note that the House committee took that out of the bill. So that might be in that section, and I don't have the exact page number here in front of me in terms of employer protections, but that's an area that that's what's coming over from the House, where that testing provision and giving employers that right, was taken out in the amendment out in the House version, but that's in this bill as introduced specifically.
And then to follow up on the senator's questions about zoning, about zoning. So adult use becomes legal on July 1st, on July 1. And, July 4th is 3 days later. July 1st happens to be a Saturday. And I get a lot of questions back home about that, because what happens on July 1st? At that time, marijuana is legal. So the legal market still hasn't been stood up. There is an illicit market there, but any adult would be free to smoke a marijuana cigarette or do what they choose, or are those rules on public use up to the local jurisdictions?
No, actually, in this bill, we restated something that I think we put in law last year. That actually public use is not permitted. Can't publicly smoke cannabis. That's subject to a fine. As far as, what happens on July 2nd, one of the reasons, again, back to the illicit market, we're letting the existing players in the medical space transition by that date into the legal market, is to have that product available right there, so that we don't have those folks go into the illegal illicit market, which is the way all other 20 states have handled it because of that. So yes, on July 2nd, these existing folks, if they pay that big major conversion fee, will be able to do business on the 2nd of July. I think that's the way this is structured. And then we'll have social equity applicants coming into the with the January first round of applications and the like. But I do want to get back. There's stuff that this committee will be able to take up in 2024. I mean, Senator Lamb mentioned about consumptions. So this is not, we don't have to have everything dealt with perfectly. There's still a lot that can be done in the 2024 session to make some modifications and adjustments once we see how things are developing post July 1.
Senator, I just wanted to note that the provisions regarding employers and ensuring that they can act within an existing drug testing policy and that doesn't impact their ability to hire or fire can be found on page 772, lines 16 through 22, where it talks about nothing may be construed to prohibit an employer from, testing an employee and then taking subsequent action as long as it is in accordance with an existing policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to try to move very quickly through my questions. Mr. Tilburg, I want to start by saying just thank you for your leadership. I know I've contacted your agency in reference to my respective dispensaries in my district. I know that sometimes we've disagreed on different positions, but you've always been responsive, so thank you. And I just wanted to bring you up to an instance back in February 2021 where one of my dispensaries had a long line where my constituents was reaching out about just the line, not the lingering, but the line that existed within the space of the dispensary. And your response was the square footage could have been a problem. So the constituents weren't used to long lines being out for any business within my respective district from that standpoint. And that curbside and delivery options probably also wasn't offered at that respective establishment because of the square footage or the situation within the residential neighborhood that also has some commercial stuff in there. So I guess I would like to hear you all's vision in reference to those types of spaces that move into neighborhoods that traditionally have people been there for 30 years and the businesses now moving in. So what is your vision from that standpoint? Because you guys did investigate it, you took action, but you also acknowledged like the line existed, the line was existing, and it probably was existing because I guess they had a discount on Sundays. So they got a lot of more people than they traditionally would get. From that standpoint, but that was unacceptable from the community standpoint that wasn't historically used to that. The second piece is that I brought up the HIPAA part of it. So I questioned whether from a medical standpoint, whether HIPAA was engaged in this piece of it because they were standing outside and anybody would be able to see the folks that were possibly getting medicine from that standpoint. And it was acknowledged that sometimes there are people that may be picking up the medicine for other people. So HIPAA may not have come into play, but I guess what is you all's vision when people are standing outside within these long lines in residential neighborhoods and when does HIPAA come into play in those types of situations will be my first question. And then around cameras. So I know that you all do have access to cameras because you watch the footage. But would the public safety agency within those respective jurisdictions have that readily accessible access to cameras? Because we know that with some of our businesses, that partnership already exists with our public safety agency. So it may exist or it may not exist, or maybe it existing within this piece of statute, but I would love for you to elaborate on that. And then Senator Feldman, just my questions to you is, first, thank you for acknowledging the concentration piece and that it needs to be dealt with within our respective conversation. But also a couple of labor groups had come reference the labor piece and just wanted to understand if you were open to something like that.
You know what, I think that my understanding is some of those provisions were added on the House side. So when this committee gets the House product to review, I think you're going to see, I think they inserted some labor provisions. I think there are maybe potentially some other amendments are going to come to this committee from organized labor, but whatever the will of this committee is on those issues is fine, I think, for the greater good. But I do know the House added some labor provisions. I don't know the particulars.
Thank you. Mr. Tilburg.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator, for your questions and continued collaboration on some of the issues that are impacting your neighborhood. Overarching, I think that the existing medical cannabis commission's approach and what I would hope would be the case for the future, not yet existing cannabis regulatory body is working proactively with communities, with the businesses, and with our local and state partners. This is still a new area, a new industry. There is a stigma attached, and it's not for everybody, particularly, the odor. And so working with the communities that the businesses are in, educating folks as to the business's existence, what the laws are and things. And along those lines, one of the RFPs that we've contemplated looking towards adult use is technical assistance for local governments, local health departments, local law enforcement agencies, to educate them on the laws, on the program, on the businesses, to ensure that everybody is aware of what's going on, where these businesses are in their communities, and then building relationships between the businesses and the communities themselves. As far as cameras go, certainly with law enforcement and others, there is the ability to other government entities to be able to share that. There are certain restrictions if it's a non-government entity for the regulatory body to share information, but with other government entities, that there is that ability to show surveillance under certain circumstances, and I'd be happy to connect with you about what that could look like. And then the last piece you touched on with concentration, I think it's important. We heard from Senator Hershey earlier talking about this trip to Denver in 2019 that single-handedly put back the legalization discussion a few years. Denver, Colorado has more dispensaries than are contemplated in the state of Maryland in this bill. And so it really is not the level of concentration that you see with alcohol licensees. 9,000 in the state. We're talking about 300 dispensaries that are distributed by population and demand throughout the state. But I think it's important for the regulatory body to work with you all here in the General Assembly and other stakeholders to figure out what's right, because while you've expressed and others have expressed on the House, certainly not wanting to have Delegate Wilson talked on the floor yesterday about a church and a liquor store on every street and not wanting that. But we've also seen legislation in the Senate where it would require certain dispensaries in parts of Baltimore City that are lower income where there are none, because they're not currently captured within the medical program. And so I think there are stakeholders on both sides of this in communities that want them an appropriate amount in access, and those that don't want too much. And so I hope that there's ongoing conversations about what that can look like within the number of businesses that are contemplated in the bill.
Madam Chair, I have no more questions, but I would like to make a comment. I'm not sure that my questions was answered in reference to the long lines and at what point does it become a regulatory thing. I'm not sure that my question was answered in reference to the HIPAA piece of it, but I'll take those questions offline from that standpoint, recognizing that we have a lot to get through.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you all for your questions and for your participation. And I just had one question that I wanted to put forward. And first, I want to applaud the sponsor and all who've worked on this for not just this past interim, but for the past several years, from the stakeholders to those who have been actually working on the language of the legislation. It is a difficult task to try to balance the needs of people on every side of the issue, whether it's those who were in the initial round of licensees or those who very much would like to participate in this new industry. And so I would say that this committee is committed to working through some of the issues that have been expressed through the questions, and we'll pay attention to your testimony today and try to capture some of that in our work as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do everything everybody wants, because there's no such thing as a perfect bill, and one group's fighting for one thing and another group's fighting for the exact opposite thing. And so we're going to do the best we can with what we have to work with to stand up the industry in time for our date of July 1. I guess for one question that I would ask, and I'm not clear, haven't had a chance to look at the House bill and just wanted to hear even a senator or your panelist on the bill that you introduced. I just wanted you to share kind of where we left the HB2, for lack of a better description, licensees. Did we do anything? And I know we talked about it a lot during the interim and have had conversations. I just wasn't sure, and maybe Sally or you could talk about that and what we have in place. I know there were conversations last session about resources. So could you?
Yes, one of the key features of the bill is that there are reduced license fees for these HB2 awardees that you're referencing. I'll remind the committee that these are the licensees that were, or the licenses rather, that were awarded from 2018 as a result of the inequities that were determined or found with the medical cannabis program. Fortunately, none of these licensees are operational to date. And so something that the legislation contemplates is ensuring that they are able to try and open as much as possible by that July 1 date so that they are able to convert their license fees. Unlike the operational license holders, however, the licensees for HB2 have reduced license fees. You're talking about 50,000 or 25,000, which is significantly reduced from the 100,000 to potentially 2.5 million. That would be for all of the other license holders. So that is one of the key features. There were other programs that were mentioned by the sponsor of the bill when he first described it that would allow potentially a partnership between those license holders should they choose. But certainly making sure that those license holders are able to move forward quickly and to participate in the program, I would say is the intent of the sponsor's legislation.
If I could just add, Madam Chair, the HB 837, which this body passed last year, created the Cannabis Business Assistance Fund. You also appropriated $40 million for it in fiscal year 23. The new administration released those funds. And so that Commerce has those and are developing an application, and the HB2 awardees are eligible for grants and no interest loans that will come out of that. And so the hope is that in the near future, they will be able to apply to access those funds.
And that was $40 million. So it was soft last year.
Yes, I remember I was on BNT when those $40 million. Well, thank you for that. And I just ask, please keep us posted as those processes are refined and that those resources become available, because the access to capital is a recurring part of the conversation here. So, all right. So
thank you, Madam Chair.
See no further questions from the committee for the sponsors panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony and for participating in our hearing. We are still on Senate Bill 516. We're going to call the next panel David Borden, Frank Boston, William Crest, Neil Wilner, Eric Smothers. We'll stop there and see how many of those are here. Good afternoon, and as soon as you get settled, you can get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. I am David Borden, the founder and executive director since 1993 of StopTheDrugWar.org. We support SB 516, but urge adding language in subtitle 15 to make it extra clear that payment processor transactions for purchasing cannabis are protected and welcome in Maryland. Our advisors in cannabis law believe that the general terms used in the current language, service providers and financial services, are maybe too broad to instill sufficient confidence in all of the needed places to downsize the use of cash in retail stores. Our concern here is driven by worker safety issues. In December, we published a report analyzing a surge of armed robberies of cannabis stores that took place in Washington State between November 2021 and April of last year. This time period saw nearly 100 documented armed robberies affect roughly 80 cannabis stores and ended with 3 people dead. Our analysis found that cash from purchase transactions was the primary target of these robberies. Now, this type of robbery has been much more of an issue on the West Coast, where states had implemented licensed cannabis systems sooner, that have more stores, a higher proportion of them small and independent businesses that have been competing for longer have seen collapsed profit margins. Operators tell us there just isn't enough money to spend sufficiently on security. We are properly encouraging small and independent businesses here to be part of this. We need to take steps to protect them. If Maryland's regulators fully embrace and welcome cooperate with payment processors. That does not guarantee that Visa and MasterCard will come into Maryland. Without them, it'll be a much more limited, expensive, and legally tenuous situation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here today on behalf of Greenleaf Medical, also merged with Columbia Care. I am not here just in my capacity as a lobbyist. I am one of the founding members of this company, and we support this bill with amendments. Greenleaf Medical, trading as Greenleaf, holds a cultivation license, a processing license, 2 dispensary licenses in Maryland. We have 130 employees. We recognized early that the cannabis delivery is critically important to sick patients to have full access to medical cannabis. Delivery of cannabis also provides access to patients who live in rural areas. In the past 3 years, Greenleaf has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, spent a lot of time building out a robust COMAR compliant delivery service that operates throughout most of the state. We purchased 10 vehicles for delivery. In each vehicle, we spent $2,000 to $3,000 per vehicle to comply with the COMAR requirements for lockbox and storage. These vehicles are inspected by the Cannabis Commission. We do not charge a patients of a delivery fee for our delivery, and we're very proud of that. Many of the delivery patients are also the sickest of the cannabis patients and physically can't drive to the brick and mortar locations. The delivery sales make up 25 to 30% of our total sales. We have 10 full-time drivers, and 7 out of those 10 are women and minorities. This bill restricts those new applicants to win a micro dispensary license. In other words, the bill takes away Greenleaf's ability to deliver the product, a model that we've built out for the last 5 years. This would be considered a governmental taking. And the last thing I want to say is if we had delivery, we could cut down on some of those lines that Senator McCray was talking about.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thanks. Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Neil Wilner, and I'm here today on behalf of the American Trade Association for Cannabis and Hemp, or ATACH. ATACH is a 501c6 trade organization that promotes the expansion, protection, and preservation of businesses engaged in the legal trade of industrial, medical, and recreational cannabis-based hemp and marijuana products. Our membership includes some of the most influential businesses, as well as state, national, federal, and international cannabis trade associations and organizations. We've also entered into an historic memorandum of understanding with the ASTM International for developing cannabis standards related to the industry. ATACH applauds the goals of the Cannabis Reform Act to expand social equity, create additional tax revenue for the state of Maryland, and create a safe, regulated program which allows for adult use cannabis sales beginning this summer. Given ATACH's national membership, including many cannabis businesses in states that recently implemented adult use programs like Missouri, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, just to name a few, we are uniquely situated to provide insights into avoiding roadblocks affecting the successful launch of a new adult use program. To that end, all cannabis products with intoxicating effects should be regulated, taxed, and controlled in the same manner regardless of their source. We support language that prioritizes public health and consumer safety by requiring consumable products with an even potentially intoxicating amount of cannabinoids to be regulated, taxed, and controlled within the adult use framework. Not only will regulating, taxing, and controlling intoxicating cannabis products in a similar manner promote public health and safety, but it will also allow the state of Maryland to recoup critical tax dollars that are needed to support its essential social equity-based goals. ATACH thanks this committee for the opportunity to testify about these important issues this evening, and we remain eager to engage lawmakers to continue strengthening the cannabis industry in Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of Peak Relief, which is a cannabis dispensary, medical cannabis dispensary located in Montgomery County. I want to discuss a very narrow issue with respect to this legislation, and that is whether or not a dispensary is allowed to repackage goods. So it's typically known as deli style sales. Currently in the medical industry, you can repackage, and it often happens that way once the cannabis comes in and is broken down into smaller quantities. Often it's pre-rolled. With respect to my client, they have a number of employees who do that. They're very concerned about the House bill not allowing for it. With respect to the commission, there are standard operating procedures in the regulations. There are very detailed regulations with respect to how they must do the deli style sales. They have to have an inspection from the commission. They have to have a written plan. They have to go through the transaction with the commission. All of the processing is filmed and recorded. And of course, all of this is done to make sure that there's no diversion, there's no loss, there's no theft. If there is theft or diversion, the dispensary must report it within 1 day. They're always recording when the product is broken down, how it is being treated, how it is being turned into smaller products. There's a 30-day requirement for an investigation if there is diversion. The commission has the ability to issue fines if there's diversions. We think there's adequate protection currently in the regulations, and we hope that the Senate leaves in that portion of the bill that allows them to repackage and do deli style sales. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, my name is Eric Smothers, and I'm the first vice president of Maryland State Firemen's Association. Probably a little bit out of order here when as been brought up. That my concern that we're in support of their cannabis legislation across the state of Maryland is how it affects our MSOF partners, which is our Maryland EMS operating fund across the state. Is our Shock Trauma Center, our field providers for our fire and rescue services. We are sometimes the first persons to see some of these folks that have ingested some of the materials here today. There is also legislation that's in the process to bolster our MSOL fund, to fund our aircraft, our helicopters, our shock trauma centers, which we were just discussing, and funding that goes to those facilities. We would certainly ask that as you go forward here with funding to these facilities, that part of the tax base that you're looking at be directed to our MSOF partners to help bolster our shock trauma center, our fire and EMS across the state of Maryland. As you go forward, I believe that you'll hear from our executive director for MEMS, Maryland State Police, and some of our other partners that are part of this coalition. So we are in support of it. We're hoping that at the end of your discussion here, that you would think about how some of that tax revenue would go back to bolster our fire rescue and hospital services across the state of Maryland.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard from all of those who are here. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and for participating. We'll call our next panel forward. Anthony Buckler, Janice Temple, Kichi Iwomi, James Bibbert, Brian Wivel, and Barry Glassman. They're all signed up favorable with amendments, and my apologies for any names that I may have mispronounced.
Madam Chair, KJ Iwomi had to leave to take care of the children.
Okay,
She's a client. May I take her spot? I am signed up as a witness.
okay, so we'll
Okay.
save you from later. That'll save us from having you come up later.
Unless you want me to come back.
No, sir. Not today, not today. Okay, you can go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the rest of the committee. My name is Anthony Buckler. I'm a cannabis patent grantee for a utility patent for parthenogenetic cannabis that was granted under Title 35, United States Code, Section 184. Our medical cannabis industry has been built on a foundation of negligence, deception, and fraud. The negligence is a decision by cannabis cultivators to use low-intensity laser arrays, otherwise known as LED, for cannabis cultivation, and the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission for refusing to regulate defective parthenogenetic cannabis flower. The deception is in the form of advertising in the industry and its omission of facts regarding the defect of parthenogenetic cannabis flower quality, and this is clearly a Title 13 violation. The fraud occurs when a medical cannabis consumer attempts to purchase medical cannabis flower and is sold parthenogenetic cannabis flower with a receipt. The industry I asked for is nothing more than a modern-day cannabis injustice, and this is designed to exploit cannabis consumers with defective flower products from a defiled plant. Starting with the original deception, all laser-grown cannabis is parthenogenetic version of its former self. Once the defect is induced, every business that touches the defective flower is now contributing to the deception. This includes testing, processing, branding, advertising, transportation, all the way downstream to the consumer. Like this, the LED growers have now implicated every business licensed under the commission in their scheme to deceive Maryland's medical cannabis consumers. The collaborating businesses do not need to know of the original deception to have an active participation in the scheme. However, there are those who are aware of the parthenogenetic defect, and I'd like you to ban the use of parthenogenetic cannabis flower in all the state industries, please.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 516, if amended to require comprehensive labor peace agreements for license holders. My name is Brian Wyville, and I'm the Legislative and Political Director for the Maryland State and District of Columbia AFL-CIO. This bill is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to set up an entire industry from its inception. Whether cannabis jobs are low-wage positions with limited benefits or high-paying careers with collective bargaining rights ultimately comes down to the decision that this committee makes. We applaud SB 516's promotion of social equity and efforts on cannabis businesses to undo the legacy of the war on drugs. These are admirable aims, but this bill, as currently written, leaves workers of color behind. To build a legacy of social equity, we must extend this bill's social equity approach to workers by requiring labor peace agreements for all state license holders. Cannabis workers will far outnumber license holders. Some estimates point to 30,000 Maryland workers being employed by this emerging industry. Cannabis businesses report significantly more minority workers than companies in the broader economy, 10 percentage points more than the statewide averages. A focus on social equity must not stop with determining who gets licenses, but giving workers the tools they need to improve their own lives. Unions are a worker's tool to fight for generational wealth. Union members earn on average 10% more than their non-union peers, and this difference is even greater for Black and Latino unionized workers, whose wages were 17% and 23% higher on averages. The state even benefits from labor peace agreements by having workforce stability that is not disrupted by contract disputes or disruptive organizing campaigns. Labor peace agreements do not automatically create unions where workers do not want them. They simply create a fair process free from employer interference where workers can create unions without having to worry about whether or not they will face retaliation. Whether it's for hospitals, gambling, sports betting, hotels, stadiums, or state contractors, labor peace agreements are a favored tool of government, and we urge you to amend the bill as such.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. It's good to be here in my old committee, although I don't miss these long hearings. I just realized that. Madam Chair, thank you for your work on this committee and on this bill. I represent Nature's Care and Wellness, a medical dispensary in northeastern Maryland. In fact, one of only two that are Maryland owned and operated as an independent medical dispensary. We support this bill as amended. There has been great progress on the conversion fees, which initially I think a lot of folks thought needed to be provided some installment payment plans. The House bill does make some progress towards that. It also provides a credit when you pay your annual renewal towards this conversion fee. I would say based on the capital invested by these initial medical dispensaries, we would think that you might want to take a look at the overall amounts of those fees. They're still pretty high, or look at extending the installments, which were about 18 months in the House. I would also ask you to look at language that comes over restrictive or prohibitive of what medical dispensaries already do. We already deliver to disabled, shut-in medical patients to deliver their product. We also, you'll see some language, new language that says you cannot repackage or package. Our product comes in 10-pound bags. We already repackage and get that ready for our medical patients. In fact, we also pre-roll, and for folks that can't do it, we get that to our patients already. We already do that, and there's language that would prohibit or restrict that. We'd ask you to take a look at that. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your attention and your work on this bill.
Madam Chair, thank you. John Pico on behalf of 3 separate processors that are operable in the state of Maryland. We asked, if I may use her name, Senator Klossmeyer, to introduce a bill. She did, and in the interest of time, we requested that the bill be withdrawn so that we could just present an amendment to this bill, just to save an extra hearing. That probably would have been today. And KJ Owome had to take care of her 3 children. She left for Somerset County for daycare. You asked earlier, Madam Chair, what is happening with the HB2 awardees. This individual is an African-American. She owns an operable processor license, and this legislation would give her a standard grower license. We understand that this is a very fluid process. There are going to be a lot of moving targets, and that maybe the consolation or the compromise would be to allow her to get a micro license and be able to expand at some future time. The other 2 individuals I represent are processors one was given a license in HB2 and the other purchased a license. One is owned by 2 women, the other is owned by a Native American. And this amendment would give them also a standard grower license, but we're happy to accept, if the committee sees fit, a micro grow license.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And no questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for your testimony.
Excused later.
Yep, I'll be happy to cross your name off the list. All right, we're going to call up the next panel, Lorenzo Bellamy, Walla Blagay, I think she had to leave, Rick Benetti, Anna Cheney, Tyler Van Wingerden, Blake Van Wingerden. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, or actually, good evening, you're right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lorenzo Bellamy here on behalf of the Prince George's County Council in support of this legislation with amendment. First, I'd like to thank Senator Hayes and Senator Feldman for sponsoring this legislation, and also to thank you, Senator McCray, for your questions about clustering. That is something that is very serious to the Prince George's County Council, and I imagine to most of the Prince George's County residents. And if Councilwoman Blagay was here, she had to leave, unfortunately, but if she was here, she would be talking to you about the saturation issue and cluster issue. So I hope that that can be addressed. That goes to my point about the issue of local control. So there are three areas that I'd like to focus on and for your consideration in terms of amendments. One is the funding mechanism. The second one is the level of local control. And 3, ensuring that representatives from disproportionately impacted communities have a seat at the table, or dare I say, we want to be in the room where it happens. On the amendments, I'll just go through them very quickly, 58 seconds. Amendment number 1 is the advisory board issue. We would like 2 representatives one each from a county council and board of county commissioners from disproportionately impacted areas as defined in section 36-101 of this article to be included on the advisory board. I had an amendment dealing with the social equity applications, but I think that has been addressed sufficiently in this legislation and also in the House bill. The third amendment is ensuring local control. And what we want to make sure is that nothing, even though there is language about unduly burdensome legislation or unduly burdensome rules, we want to make sure that nothing shall prevent a local jurisdiction from enforcing local ordinances and business regulations. Again, so long as they're not unduly burdensome and unfair to cannabis on-site dispensaries. The fourth amendment would be to increase the amount of funds to the community investment and repair fund. Right now it stands at 30%. We'd like to increase that to 45%. And the final amendment is to increase the percentage of funds to counties from 1.5% to 3%. With that, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Rick Benetti. I'm here on behalf of my clients, Catoctin Hemp, a hemp processor out of Carroll County, and Honey Harvest Farm, a hemp grower out of Anne Arundel County. We're here in favor of the bill with amendments. You have my client's written testimony, and I'll defer to them on some technical issues, but I just wanted to make one point, and hopefully it's not a belabored point at this time. And the point is there's a significant difference between a Delta 8 loophole product and a hemp-derived CBD product. The Delta 8 loophole product is intoxicating. The hemp-derived CBD product is not intoxicating. The clients I represent here today grow and process their product to the letter and the intent of all federal and Maryland laws. But the bill as written, unfortunately, lumps those two products together in one bucket. And that threatens the ability for my clients to bring their product to market. So we've got some language we're working on. We'll get that to you as soon as possible to hopefully fix these issues. And with that, I urge the committee for a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Hello, madam. I'll try to keep this short and sweet. My name is Blake Van Weerden. I am one of the owners and founders of Catoctin Hemp. Page 69 of this bill aims to regulate Delta 8 THC. While I agree that Delta 8 should be regulated like Delta 9 THC, the way the bill is currently written, it also destroys the full spectrum CBD industry. Full spectrum CBD is not intoxicating. I think the bill should be amended so that it would make provision to keep full spectrum CBD in the full spectrum CBD industry in Maryland. There is precedent in Colorado that allows for the regulation of Delta 8 while also not destroying the full spectrum CBD industry. And I think that the committee should consider that. Thank you.
All right, I can go next. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for allowing us to come speak to you tonight. This is a wonderful experience for us, a new one too. I'm a brother of Blake, Tyler Van Wingerden, one of the owners of Catoctin Hemp, as Rick mentioned. We have been operating since 2019 when Maryland opened up the hemp industry to farmers and then processors and others too. The distinction that Rick mentioned and Blake reiterated, I will reiterate again at the point of exhaustion, I apologize, is that we would just like clarity around the distinction between intoxicating products and non-intoxicating products. Delta 8, as Senator Lamb mentioned, is an intoxicating product. There are other derivatives as well that can be intoxicating, and that can be for the committee to see and research. But what we would like to see amended in the bill is that the intoxicating products are handled with regulation, as we all understand should be, but the non-intoxicating pieces that were from the Farm Bill, with, to Rick mentioned, following the letter and intent of the Farm Bill, could stay in the agricultural space as they are, which would be the place we operate now. I was advised to keep it short, so I will I'll stop there. It's been a long night. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Anna Cheney. I am from Lothian, Maryland. I have a farm called Honey's Harvest Farm that my children and we farm that together. And I am here to recognize that this bill is intended to provide a framework for previously illegal cannabis product to now have a structure and a framework to be offered legally on the market here in Maryland. I also understand that this bill is not intended to make a non-intoxicating product illegal that is currently legal within the context of the federal and state laws. So it is my ask, similarly to what you've heard here at this panel, that you amend this bill to accommodate the non-intoxicating CBD products that we produce directly from the plant. So in essence, we're taking the entire plant, putting it in a jar. It is not intoxicating or in a salve or a capsule. These are not intoxicating products and are produced, grown, cultivated, produced, processed by the letter of the law. So we would ask that you do amend this to accommodate that. I just want to point out that at Honey's Harvest Farm, we have a Sunday market. And at the last Sunday market on March 5th, we filled up 21 pages within less than 3 hours of just noting that our hemp farms, farmers, and access to non-psychotropic hemp products might be compromised with this bill. And so these people, along with now one we just launched yesterday online with hundreds of signatures on it for people who are concerned that they may not be able to access our non-intoxicating CBD hemp products at Honey's Harvest Farm. So I'll provide this to you, and I thank you so much for taking that into consideration and allowing us to continue farming the way we have in many, many generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Hershey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just trying to fully understand the differences between the intoxicating hemp and the CBD product that we see in lots of different stores. Is anyone regulating CBD right now?
No, CBD is grown and processed and handled underneath of the MDA, which is following the 2018 Farm Bill, and there is no regulation on the products at this point. There's common sense approaches that we all take. We use similar labs, the same labs that the Medical Marijuana Commission uses as well. But we welcome regulation, just not intoxicating regulation, not intoxicating.
Right. So as long as the product could intoxicate you, all the hemp communities on board with them, that part being regulated.
We are all on board with that. There may be others who disagree, but yes, if it's not intoxicating hemp, if it's intoxicating ATCC.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. We'll call up our next panel, Daryl Carrington, Ari Plout, Carol Moyer, Rusty Carr, Stanley Tucker, Deb Seltzer. Good evening, and I'll just offer to everyone who's still in the room, thank you for your patience this evening, and we appreciate you being a part of our process.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Daryl Carrington, Carrington and Associates LLC, and we're here on behalf of our cannabis clients. I'd like to thank the sponsor for being so generous with his time, the entire committee for working on this effort. An 88-page bill plus 32 pages of amendments coming over from the House is quite daunting. We only have a couple of amendments that we would respectfully offer. The first we affectionately call the Jefferson Amendment, and we call that as in Georgia Wheezy. So it's moving on up. If you look at the way that the social equity applicant line is, it says you had to have lived in a disadvantaged area for 5 of the last 10 years. We asked that look back be 30 years instead of 10, because that will probably get you to people to around age 64 or so, or even someone like me who grew up in the inner city, but I've been living in the suburbs now for 22 years, which is exactly what you want people to do with social mobility. You make more money, you move out of distressed areas. The other amendment, I've come around, I've been speaking with everyone, and I think we've described it pretty fully, and we would ask for your favorable report. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Ari Plout, and I'm here on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor in support with amendments. We are a billboard advertisement company. Current law allows medical cannabis advertisements on billboards with some restrictions. However, on page 64 and 65 of this bill, a cannabis licensee cannot engage in advertisement with outdoor billboards. As I stated, we currently advertise medically. We abide by local and state laws. We do it responsibly. We have not had any issues. We're very cautious in terms of creative review and placement. Advertisements need to be very clinical and they have to include disclaimers. Ideally, we would like opportunities to also pursue dispensaries with advertisement on outdoor billboards for recreational. We would also like to be able to continue medical cannabis advertisements on billboards. Other states that allow Massachusetts, Virginia, Connecticut, California, and New Jersey. Obviously, there are some restrictions such as proximity to schools, for example. With that, respectfully ask a favorable report with the amendment that I requested. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Deb Seltzer, and I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Legal Services Corporation. MLSC urges the committee to adopt a proposed amendment that would direct 10% of cannabis sales and tax revenue to the existing Maryland Legal Services Corporation fund. The General Assembly created MLSC in 1982 to be the primary statewide funder of civil legal aid. Our board is appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. And for more than 40 years, we have worked to ensure that low-income Marylanders have access to stable, efficient, and effective civil legal services. Our nonprofit grantees offer services that have a direct nexus to cannabis enforcement and community disinvestment. And I know you have received written testimony from several of our grantees detailing those services. We invest deeply in our grantees' operation and especially funding staffing that makes their programs possible. But having sufficient and stable staffing has become more and more of a challenge for the nonprofit organizations we fund. There has always been a gap in salaries between the nonprofit legal services providers and that of other publicly funded public interest legal staff. But recently that gap has widened, making recruitment and retention more difficult. We were recently able to offer some supplemental funding specifically targeted salaries, but it was not enough to close this gap. Improved salaries are important for recruitment and retention, but also ensure that attorneys and other professionals from diverse backgrounds are able to accept civil legal aid jobs, therefore resulting in a staff that are more representative of the clientele it serves. Staffing is the most important factor for our grantees to be able to offer services addressing economic security, expungements, family stability, and more. Through its creation and support of MLSC and the MLSC Fund, the General Assembly has created an existing framework and signified its support of civil legal aid in addressing some of the greatest challenges facing Maryland residents. We urge the committee to further that support by directing cannabis tax funding to the MLSC Fund in order to address past harms, confront current issues, and offer stability for the future. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Stanley Tucker, President of Meridian Management Group, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you. We have a couple of points that we like to share. Number one, capitalism without adequate capital does not work. And this lack of access to capital for the small minority and women's community has been prevalent for a number of years. Number two, in view of this lack of capital, we are proposing a 10% of any excise tax against the sale of cannabis to be directed to a small minority women-owned business account that is reserved for the purpose of providing equity investments and lending capital to small minority and businesses in Maryland. Number three, such capital would go into a fund that had been established for about 10 years, where 10 years ago, we got language through when gaming came into the state of Maryland, where 1.5% of the gross proceeds go into a fund to invest back into small minority businesses. It's been extremely successful. In fact, it's a national model. Number four, what we want to do is to really help a number of the fund managers. There are existing 6 fund managers. This capital will go into assisting those fund managers. This account has already been established, been in place for 10 years. Again, being very extremely important. And finally, we are requiring possibly that a minimum of 50% of the funding from this tax will be provided to businesses that are in certain geographical areas of the Maryland casino venues. We recommend none of the dollars be recommended for funding restricted to any geographic designations in the state of Maryland. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. And special thanks to Chair Feldman, if he's still around, for his long years of service to the cannabis community. My name is Rusty Carr. I'm a resident of Mount Airy, District 4, and I'm here to support the legalization of cannabis. Mankind has used cannabis for 10,000 years. It's been the world's #1 agricultural crop for most of human history. As we've approached ending the prohibition of cannabis in Maryland, the average price of cannabis has dropped from $10 per gram to about $6 per gram. This means that in just the last 2 months, legalization has put $180 in the average patient's pocket. Thank you very much. The industry is not complaining about losing money at $6 a gram retail. Curaleaf says they can grow cannabis for about 22 cents per gram. Does the industry need that $4 a gram more than consumers do? In 2022, 37 million grams were sold wholesale. If you allow prices to go back up, it's effectively a $150 million industry subsidy. And that's just at the medical volumes. Follow the money, please. SB 516 essentially makes a prescription medicine available over the counter. A 6% tax sounds nice, but if the prices go back, it's the same as an 80% tax on today's prices. The current price drop does not have to be just a quirk of the requirement not to run out of medicine. Look at the numbers and see for yourself that a game is being played and that it's being rigged. If you want to fight the black market, allowing prices to go back up is not the way not going to help. We need to have a glut of cannabis on the market to keep prices low. I urge this committee to keep cannabis affordable, give the ATC the authority and the mission to manage licensed canopy space with one tiny little change to require cannabis to be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard from everyone on the panel, correct? Okay, I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you all very much
Thank you,
for
Madam
your
Chair.
testimony. Have a good evening. We'll call our next panel, Nicholas Patrick, Ashley Bagwell, Jackie Cohen Roth, Reggie Alston, Seth Murray, Brandon Murphy, and Brandon Wyatt. Long day. I even know Seth, so the fact that I messed it up is even more priceless. Good afternoon, good evening. Long day, long day.
Indeed.
All right, you all can get started as soon as you're ready.
Honorable Chair Griffith and members of the committee, my name is Nicholas Patrick, and I am the co-founder of the Maryland Healthy Alternatives Association and the owner of Embrace CBD with 3 locations in Maryland. I'm here before you today as what some would define as a dreamer, brought to this country as a baby, and I lived in the shadows as an undocumented immigrant until I was 26, but I'm more than a dreamer, I'm a doer. And I'm here today to defend my livelihood and those of the entire hemp industry and their families by offering amendments to this legislation outlined in detail in my written testimony. I have deep concerns about the language in this bill that aims to upend the hemp industry by capping THC at 2.5 milligrams, which would outlaw nearly every hemp product produced by our industry. This language, as written, will effectively destroy a diverse and equitable federally protected industry and put hundreds out of business without even consulting with the industry or offering any alternatives. Refusing to amend this language would result in the loss of hundreds of jobs, and countless families will find themselves in financial ruin. Not to mention, this language would make a federally legal industry illegal while making a federally illegal industry legal, all while limiting the public's access to products that are nowhere near as potent or intoxicating as the cannabis products this bill aims to legalize, like the ones that Connor Sheffield was just talking about he relies on. As an industry, we are tired of the misinformation being spread about our products by wealthy cannabis companies and lobbyists and bureaucrats. We are tired of begging the government agencies for years for regulation to weed out the bad actors and being told no. We are tired. There's no need for this. Why open up the state to a potential legal battle when all we ever asked for was collaboration? We share your concerns about the lack of regulation, and that's why we're here begging to be regulated, and we already have a plan in place to do it. The solution is simple. Create a cannabis license category for existing hemp businesses for each link in the supply chain so that we can assist the state in the quick rollout of the adult use cannabis industry built on the backs of Maryland small businesses under the ATCC. Behind me today, you will see many people here in support of our industry. Please look at them. Destroying someone's livelihood is akin to killing them. That's why we're wearing black today, because we're here to attend the funeral of our industry. There's no need to kill this industry when all we want is to be treated fairly and to be regulated. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Ashley Bagwell here this evening on behalf of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association in support of Senate Bill 516 with amendments. We have provided detailed written testimony, which includes potential amendments. I will just highlight a couple of points. Senator Feldman mentioned in his comments the moratorium included in the current legislation whereby licensees can't sell or transfer ownership of their license for 5 years. House Bill 2, which passed in 2018, includes a 3-year moratorium. That moratorium and the clock doesn't start ticking on that moratorium until licensees are fully operational. So what is a 3-year moratorium for some has been a 4 or 5-year moratorium for other licensees. We would request that converted licenses be exempt from this moratorium, but if this committee and the General Assembly thinks that there should be a moratorium for all licenses, we would request that that go from 5 years to 2 years. I'll just mention the conversion fee. I know that a lot of other folks are going to speak to that. I just think it's worth mentioning briefly in my comments because the amount remains a significant concern for dispensary licensees. Lastly, I want to speak to the advertising language. We understand the issues and concerns around advertising. We worked with the General Assembly in 2019 on House Bill 17, which ended up passing language around advertising, and we think that that works. In the bill as proposed on page 65, lines 16 through 19, there is language that would prohibit a dispensary, a processor, or a grower from having a sign on their business. This language was included in the legislation I mentioned in 2019, and it was addressed. I've included the language that's currently in statute related to business signage in our testimony, and we would respectfully request that that language be adopted as well. I am happy to answer any questions about anything else in our testimony or these points. Thank you.
Is this thing on? All right. Hello and happy Women's History Month to all you, Madam Chair, and all the women senators here. We really appreciate your leadership. My name is Brandon Wyatt. During my tenure at Howard University School of Law, I had the great chance of sitting with Justice Ruth Ginsburg 3 times to have lunch. And she always talked to me about success. She said people measure success differently. Some people measure success about how accurate a thing is done, and some people measure success about just how much a thing is done. Since 2018, actually the start of Mr. Tilburg's career at the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission, a group of special people, certain entities economically impacted, came on board. These HB2 applicants were supposed to be the crown jewel of Maryland. They were supposed to be the individuals that reestablished diversity and equity, the social equity that we hear being talked about consistently today. However, one of the things that Justice Ginsburg taught me is that without timing and standards, there is no progress. There is no true success if you can't time and accurately measure it. Since 2018, when Mr. Tilburg started, none of these licenses, certain entities economically impacted, have been able to be activated. Yet now we sit here and look at legislation without any specific standards on how to help them, and the information is given that Department of Commerce will do it. There's a fund set out that'll do it. Fearless leaders, successful leaders, take action with timing and dedicated action and steps. So I'm hoping that this legislature can look at the amendments that have been proposed in writing, understand the issues of the HB2 applicants to certain entities economically impacted, and look at what success is, be able to measure it, and help Mr. Tilburg accomplish that success during his tenure by getting the individuals that have been selected as Maryland's crown jewel of establishing social equity in this market some help with specific legislation, not promises of a fund of $40 million that will never happen. I mentioned this not out of hubris, but actually speaking and thinking about the HBCU lawsuits, and things didn't happen until individuals put specificity in law. And I hope that this legislature sees that and finds that action to help these applicants and certain entities economically impacted. Thank you.
Does this one work? Is this one on? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me, senators. It's truly a pleasure. I wanted to first state how gratified I am by the attempt that this body is undertaking. It's Maryland's attempt at one of the most robust social equity bills in the country. I think it's to be applauded. Thank you for your time. My name is Seth Murphy. I'm the president and founder of MAS Alliance and a co-founder of MBOA, the Maryland Black Operators Alliance. I am the only African-American male in the state of Maryland to own and control his license to cultivate outright. I'm a winner of an HB2 award license. So I'm eager to have this opportunity to inform you as to the nature of the challenges we face. As the members of the commission mentioned, I'm neither an operator nor am I an impending licensee. I'm kind of the forgotten stepchild of this process. And I wanted to remind everybody here that the legislative intent around the original medical marijuana program was the Natalie M. LaPrade Medical Marijuana Commission shall actively seek racial and ethnic diversity of its awarding of licenses. I feel that we are the embodiment of the state's opportunity to fulfill that mandate. We are 13 members of 4 cultivators and 8 processors who are stuck in a gray area. I'm here in support of this bill, but with some proposed amendments. And primarily, my first proposed amendment is Amendment 1, which is seeking a new classification, which we're calling certain individuals who are economically impacted. The lack of specificity around the amount of license awards, the prodigious capital needs of the undertaking of the business, and the closing of capital markets have made it next to impossible for our businesses to get off the ground. This language classification would codify our ability to do so, would give us legislative protections, and is also a non-race-based solution to accomplish the goal of this legislature. I also like to remind the body and before you that I am also seeking to use this amendment to make it easier for the next round of people you intend to allow access into this program. It's been 3 years. And I'm thank you for your time. I will submit these amendments in writing, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. I'm Jackie Cohen Roth, founder, CEO of 2 Maryland-based social enterprises in the cannabis industry. Cannabis MD is an MBE, SBE, DBE focused on filling the void of cannabis science and policy education, and TPAD, which provides opportunities for cannabis science and policy, particularly focused on advancing women and people of color in cannabis STEM. I'm a member of the first cohort of the Master of Science in Medical Cannabis Science and Therapeutics at the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy, where I am now an adjunct professor in the same program and classes focused on federal and state cannabis laws and policies. I'm in favor of Senate Bill 516 with amendments. Cannabis is not a panacea, nor is it benign. My suggested amendments focus on prioritizing with immediacy the need for education for Maryland cannabis industry employees, volunteers, and any other authorized person, as well as public health education. Firstly, I'm an advocate for every cannabis agent and certified caregiver registered in the state of Maryland to be required to have a minimum of 2 hours of cannabis science and policy education delivered by a Maryland certified responsible vendor. Cannabis education is especially important in an adult use program where there is likely zero involvement of a cannabis educated healthcare provider in the commercial transaction. Secondly, given that this proposed piece of legislation is an act that is an emergency measure, and as such, it is necessary for the immediate preservation of public health or safety, that funds from the Cannabis Public Health Fund are swiftly released to qualified vendors with dates specified in the act, with priority given to MBE and qualified minority-owned entities for education and public awareness campaigns on the potential benefits and harms of cannabis use, included driving under the influence of cannabis, or DUIC, and to include funding for school-based educational programs. Cannabis public health education improves public health and health equity and will help combat the illicit cannabis industry. Thank you for this opportunity.
I believe we heard from this whole panel, so we'll take a question from Senator Reedy.
Fantastic.
Okay, thanks. Did the previous panel, it's funny, one of them was a constituent of mine who I knew but did not know was in the hemp industry until he showed up here today. Did they capture the issue with why what you're doing in this bill is being made? Did they capture what the issue is?
Sort of. So we represent all sides of the hemp industry. They were just focused on the CBD industry.
Okay.
Although the name of my company is Embrace CBD, and CBD is a massive part of my business, I also do sell Delta 8. I also do sell all of these other products, and we do it in a different way. We lab test these products. We eat the cost that the gas stations and the rest of these retailers that don't do this stuff, we eat it, and we have higher prices because of it. And all we're asking for, and we've been asking for quite some time, for the Department of Agriculture to regulate these products that's under their purview, and they've refused to do it. And that has opened the door for a lot of bad actors, a lot of problems. And so we're now being lumped into a situation where the good guys, those of us who sell these products responsibly, who have aided these products before it was law, who test these products accurately in third-party, DEA registered, ISO certified labs. We do all of the responsible steps to make sure these products are safe, and we're being thrown in with the rest of the bad actors. And now there's this Delta 8 boogeyman, which is literally a product that is half the potency of the weed that everyone is legalizing and making a big deal about in here today.
Can you, and for the sake of time, I mean, if you guys have, I haven't pulled up your testimony on my computer, but I'm sure it's in here. But if your amendments or potential amendments are not in here, I'd love to see what you guys, how you guys could help
Yeah,
us.
we would just like to
address
see
it.
a craft cannabis license given to every segment of the hemp industry that would allow us to continue to sell these products in a regular, under regulation of the ATCC. And it's all in writing in all of our written testimonies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going Senator Hayes, then Senator Hershey.
Hey, Seth, you had alluded to some amendments that you had, but as I look at the folder here, and what we have access to, it was only provided for oral testimony. Do you have your amendments in writing, and can we?
Absolutely do. I will remedy that, Senator, immediately. We have all of them written out, and I can actually provide you guys with a summary of the intention of each amendment.
Gotcha. Is there any way possible in like less than 15 seconds that you could just give us highlight of what they cover? Not the details of it, but what do the remaining?
So Amendment 1 establishes the granting of licenses to certain entities economically impacted. Amendment 2 is a timeline to tackle the timeline and transfer restrictions on the licenses. Amendment 4 covers the conversion fees and our position on why they're not tenable for businesses like us. And then we have an amendment that discusses the amount of licenses that will come out and how they're rolled out.
Gotcha. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused. I thought that this bill does regulate Delta 8.
Only under licensed cannabis facilities. And there's everyone that you saw stand up back there. We've been here for 4 years selling these products without regulation because the Farm Bill legalized them. And so you're going to shutter all of our businesses and take the products that our industry created, hand them to the existing wealthy cannabis establishment, and then lock the door behind you. That's what's happening with this language. And all we're asking for is a seat at the table to be treated fairly under regulation so that we can keep feeding our families.
I missed does the bill regulate this or not?
No, well, it throws it under the regulatory authority of the adult use cannabis agency, but we're not involved in that. So they're.
What do you mean you're not?
Because we're hemp stores, so we're not in the cannabis. We're not the existing cannabis establishment that's being grandfathered into the industry. So.
But I've heard before that people say that they think that a hemp derived product that can get you intoxicated should be regulated.
We agree. We want it to be regulated very badly. We want to see lab testing. We want to see packaging that's not attractive to children. We want to see childproof packaging. We want to see this sold in a safe and responsible manner. That's all we've ever wanted. But the gas stations and all these other places messed it up for all of us good guys over here. And so we want to see the regulation. We just want a seat at the table and a chance to stay in business. Because if this goes only to licensed cannabis facilities and we're not able to become a licensed cannabis facility, we lose our businesses. Day one, July 1st, everyone that stood up back there, their livelihoods, their families, their children, done. So that's all we're asking for is a seat at the table. Give us a license to play the game. And we're not asking for anything else. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions from the committee. So thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank
We
you.
hear you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And thank you to those who've participated thus far. Our next panel, Elroy Saylor, JD McCormick, Eddie Pounds, Tracy Miller, Michael Arrington, Travis Hunay. Anyone?
Yeah, we'll do it that way. She's ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, my name is Eddie Pounds with Perry White Ross and Jacobson. Here today on behalf of Ascend Wellness Holdings, Inc., a vertically integrated multi-state operator in several states with a pending agreement before the MMCC to acquire 4 dispensaries here in the state. I'm cutting out half of my testimony to save a little bit of time here. So to make this is a great bill. It does a great job of balancing the desire for speed to market with equity. To make this bill even more equitable, there are 4 issues that Ascend would like to see addressed in the form of amendments. First, there should be exemptions for any pending transfer requests. There's still a bucket of pending transfer requests, including Ascend's, that may not get voted on this month by the MMCC. The fear is that the ground rules will change with a new regulator. We ask that the new cannabis division be required to protect the integrity of the process by reviewing those pending transfer requests under the rules and regs that were in place when the transfer requests were made. Secondly, an issue that impacts MSOs, current social equity licensees, and independent homegrown dispensaries is the dispensary license cap issue. If we're serious about having a program where all participants can be successful, we ask that you please restore the cap to 4. Third, transfer restrictions need to be set back to 3 years. Again, it's about developing pathways to creating successful and profitable companies. Last, but certainly no less important than my other points, relates to an important policy change adopted by the MMCC in April of last year, known as the single interest rule. This is a change that proved to be essential for many of the MSO licensees, both public and private companies. With that, Madam Chair, I believe my time is just about up, so thank you for your attention. We respectfully ask that you move the bill favorable with amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Michael Arrington. My company is Capital Connections, located at 191 Main Street here in Annapolis. I'm here this evening on behalf of my client, Organic Green Goddess, which are medical cannabis growers in Oklahoma. And although they have deep roots here in Maryland, that's where they had to go to get an opportunity to become medical cannabis growers. We're here today in support of SB 516 with amendments. The first issue we'd like to address is the definition of social equity. We believe it should be expanded in the bill to include an entity or individual that is certified as an MBE in the cannabis industry by the Maryland Department of Transportation at the time of applying for a cannabis license. The logic behind this is that the state of Maryland only certifies as MBEs a class of people who have been socially and economically disadvantaged. That's a race-neutral remedy, social and economically disadvantaged. If any one of those MBEs are certified as practitioners in the cannabis industry, why should they not be considered social equity applicants? They absolutely should, and we strongly believe that that should be written into SB 516. The second issue of concern is the lottery process that the social applicants are thrown into. And we know it's a pass-fail type criteria that every applicant has to meet. But essentially, they are thrown into a lottery process, and by the luck of the draw, that's who determines who gets a license. And that's not conducive to ensuring long-term success. The best and most qualified applicants should get the licenses. There's not a practical way for these applicants to compete with the existing practitioners if we're not utilizing or if we're not selecting the best and strongest applicants. So we suggest that there should be a process to evaluate on the merits those social equity applicants who should be awarded licenses, in our view, in the first round. With that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my testimony, and we would urge a favorable report with those amendments. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Travis Punai. I am a pharmacist. I also have a specialty in medical cannabis as well. So today I'm here on behalf of the National Clinical Director Consortium. We are an advocacy group for healthcare practitioners within the cannabis space, primarily practitioners on site or accessible at the dispensary level. So one of the duties that we as clinical directors are responsible for is consulting patients, making sure that they are safely and effectively utilizing cannabis products. So I'm here to say that we as an organization are in favor of the Bill 516 with a few considerations. The first being to enforce the role of the clinical director that is, as of right now, only required for medical dispensaries to all dispensary types. This way we can ensure that consumers have access to qualified professional guidance, and we can avoid unnecessary healthcare expenditures due to hospitalizations or adverse reactions due to improper misuse. Second, uphold regulations regarding the reporting of adverse events and product recalls, as this is imperative to consumer safety. And finally, to require all license types moving forward to carry a minimum of non-smokable or minimally impairing products, so we can offer current consumers as well as past consumers minimally intoxicating options. I implore you to keep these considerations in mind moving forward, as not only adult use consumers, but those current medical patients and dispensary employees are going to require education on these factors. They're going to need advice and guidance on the side effects, expected outcomes, potential pharmaceutical interactions, as well as adverse reactions associated with these products. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tracy Lancaster Miller, and I am the president of the Maryland Medical Dispensary Association. You just saw Ashley Bagwell in the previous panel. I am also the founding member, owner, and operator of Peak Relief, a dispensary in Rockville. I have two comments today. First is the conversion fee for dispensaries. The proposed conversion fees are very high, and it will be very difficult for dispensaries, including locally owned, independently operated dispensaries like Peak Relief, to pay. Although we appreciate the state level fix to 280E last year, many dispensaries are still paying years of back taxes. We are still hit with high taxes from federal 280E. This affects dispensaries so greatly because anything related to the sale of cannabis cannot be written off, and nearly everything done at a dispensary is related to the sale of cannabis. Much of a dispensary's revenue goes straight back to the cost of goods sold. Most are not yet profitable or are barely profitable, chipping away at years of accumulated debt from high taxes, high product prices, and being unable to access loans with reasonable APR. Many dispensaries struggle to pay their annual licensing fee, a cost of $40,000, with many requiring payment plans and loans. The fees proposed in many cases will be more than what dispensaries like mine have made in total since being operational. So our written testimony highlights amendments. Second, it is important to consider the overall geographic spread of dispensaries, and we appreciate Senator Feldman's conversation on this. There are currently areas with high concentration areas and areas that are underserved. So we ask for the inclusion of amendments that would ensure that underserved areas gain access to dispensaries while we implement controls to prevent more high concentration areas of dispensaries throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is JD McCormick, and I am the chairman of the American Healthy Alternatives Association. We advocate on behalf of tens of thousands of hemp retailers, thousands of wholesalers, manufacturers, and distributors and farmers across this great nation. We advocate for businesses, but more importantly, we advocate for the families these businesses provide for and the millions of consumers they serve. Many have traveled from across this great state to be here today, and I myself have traveled here from Richmond, Virginia, where just 2 days ago, the Virginia Healthy Alternatives Association and myself had a meeting with the Youngkin administration to discuss a bill that could potentially cause irreparable harm to the hemp industry. The Virginia Healthy Alternatives Association is a group not so different from the Maryland Healthy Alternatives, a community centered around the hemp plant, consumers, small businesses, and farmers, all advocating for common sense regulation that prevents children from accessing these products while maintaining a safe and well-regulated business environment where businesses can feel comfortable investing in their future, not fearful of the day they're told they must shutter their business forever.
Just a few short weeks ago, the Virginia Healthy Alternatives retained Whitney Economics and their chief economist, Bo Whitney, to conduct an economic impact study on the hemp industry in Virginia. With a limited window of time, just a couple of weeks to complete this survey, Whitney Economics was not able to gather any data from convenience stores. So these estimates are conservative and are likely well below the reality. We would like to share this study with the committee members, but some key takeaways are, based on the estimates of around 550 specialty stores in Virginia that sell these products, the total sales from these businesses in 2022 was estimated to be $1.2 billion, of which 562 million in revenue was derived from CBD and converted cannabinoids. The industry currently employs 4,263 workers, paying in excess of $161 million in annual wages. The supply chain that supports Virginia cannabinoid retailers extends throughout the United States. With an economic impact estimated between $2.5 and $3 billion, the deployment of the hemp-derived cannabinoid retail sector appears to be a major success. There are many points to consider, but we do greatly appreciate your hard work on this issue, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard from the whole panel, correct? Okay, any questions for this panel? I just have one, and thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Arrington, I was curious as to what you were saying about MBE in the interest of time, because we still have about 50 witnesses to go. If you could get back with me in writing about your thoughts about the MBE piece and the lottery piece, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
all. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. We're going to call forward our next panel, still on Senate Bill 516. We have Calvin Smith, John Batten, Gary Flight, Callie Locklear, Dan Pettigrew, Charles Behringer. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. And Barry Pritchard. Let's see how many I end up with, because we got 6 chairs, so we're going to get Alexander Claiborne. Come on down. All right, you all can get started, those of you that are ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Calvin Smith and I am CFO of Gas Guide. We are a majority Black-owned ancillary business registered with the Maryland Medical Cannabis Commission for the secure transport and delivery of medical cannabis. I am here to express our support and testimony in favor of Senate Bill 516 with amendments. While we are supportive of the overall goal of the cannabis reform legislation and the micro dispensary license option proposed, we are here to express our opposition to the ice cream truck model of dispensing and delivering cannabis. This is a highly sensitive issue, and it is imperative that it be handled now and not be allowed to move forward. Implementing an ice cream truck model for delivery will guarantee many unintended consequences, but I'll just name 2. Increased access to minors. Legalizing ice cream truck style delivery could increase access to minors, as children may be more likely to approach an ice cream truck and be exposed to cannabis products. This could lead to unintended health and developmental consequences, increased risk of crime. Ice cream trucks carrying valuable cannabis products could become targets of crime, which could lead to violent incidents and put the public at risk. It is important for the legislature to carefully weigh the significant potential risks and drawbacks against the very minimal benefits of an ice cream truck model for dispensing cannabis before implementing any policies that will prop up this business model. While the ice cream truck model seems like an innovative way to dispense cannabis, it is ultimately risky and ill-advised approach that could have serious consequences to public safety and the legal cannabis industry as a whole. Incidents of violent crime are still a major cause of concern where the ice cream truck model of delivery has been implemented. There are countless stories where weed trucks have been targeted in California, Michigan, and Massachusetts. We respectfully ask that you support the establishment of clear regulations for the secure transport of cannabis in Maryland. My written testimony is before you. I'm happy to answer questions, and thank you.
Good evening, y'all. My name is AJ Claiborne. I am with UFCW International. I'm a state legislative representative. I'm responsible for interacting with legislatures all across the country, primarily east of the Mississippi. I'm here to talk to you guys about labor peace. You heard my colleague Brian Weilerman describe labor peace agreements earlier as a condition of licensure. That's what UFCW is here to support. We love 516 with an amendment to include a condition for labor peace as a condition of licensure to ensure that all workers in the industry will be able to have a fair process to decide whether to organize. I have worked on this issue in many states, including Connecticut, where we won this issue, as well as Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey, as well as Delaware. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about that. But for the remainder of my comments, I just want to focus on the amendments that made it out of the House. I know there was some discussion of that earlier. We just want to say we at UFCW support labor peace for all cannabis workers. The amendments that made it out of the House only apply to growers, for one thing. So we want comprehensive labor peace to apply to from seed to sale. That is growers, manufacturers, as well as the retail sales. In addition to that, the amendment doesn't go quite far enough from the House because it delegates too much authority to regulators. So you here at the Senate, you have an opportunity going off of the House bill where they started to actually finish the job and make sure that the regulations that come out of this bill are written in stone and aren't left up to the interpretation of a regulatory body to try and figure out. I will give back the remainder of my time. Thank you for hearing me out this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about labor peace.
Very good. Good evening, committee members. My name is Barry Pritchard. I am an analytical chemist and owner of Sunex Analytical. We're a hemp CBD manufacturer in Cambridge, Maryland. We've been at it since about 2017. So I have to tell you, I'm so confused by what I'm hearing from the technical perspective in this room that I would ask that if you have questions about the technical topic, I'm here and available to help you guide through some of those issues. Okay, so here's the issue. When I came into the room, I had a little different perspective that I wanted to share, and I was going to have you beat you to death with technical know-how and your eyes would roll back in your head. But I think what we've come to here is that there's a difference in CBD hemp products that we're discussing. One, if it's the legislature's intention to regulate intoxicating products, then the Delta 8 products, Delta 8, 10 products, all of those manufactured products that may be naturally occurring are not sold as naturally occurring products. They're all manufactured. They're chemical, they're product of chemical reaction. They should be controlled under the new law. Please leave hemp and its natural products out of it. We've been self-regulating our industry for 5 years now. I'm one of the primary analyzers of hemp products in the state. We've done a fine job. We've produced more than 100,000 units with no complaints about health issues, and they are not intoxicating. I could, again, beat you to death with the numbers that are proposed in the bill, but let's not do that. Suffice it to say that the law as it's written, section 361103, has established such low numbers for THC that it makes all CBD products essentially illegal in Maryland. And I'm asking that the language be changed to essentially say that product from naturally occurring CBD be legal and the other stuff go under the program. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair and committee, my name is Chris Batten. I run a 100-acre farm in Carroll County that my family has owned for 75 years. The name of this bill is the Cannabis Reform Bill, and I have come to appreciate how complicated the bill is. But there's a part of the bill that I quite honestly would call the Screw the Maryland Hemp Farmer bill, because that's what a part of this bill is going to accomplish. When the United States Congress passed the Farm Bill in 2018, my family saw an opportunity to raise some badly needed funding. And We invested enormously, taking money out of our retirement accounts to buy facilities, equipment, marketing, all the things that you have to do to start a business and then some. One expense was testing. And to make sure our products conform to the federally mandated limit on THC, which we have maintained in accordance with the original Maryland legislation, we spent a lot of money testing our product to make sure that it did conform to the 0.3% THC maximum. Now, just as we have begun to pay back the large family investment, the state of Maryland is considering a change in the rules that would make our products illegal and destroy our business, possibly taking our family farm away. I believe this legislation was in part to address the chemical distortions of CBD referred to as Delta 8. We have no interest in Delta 8. We are organically certified by the Maryland Department of Agriculture and dedicated to producing pure, healthy, non-intoxicating products which our customers love. I've lived in Maryland for 57 years and I'm proud of the state's values, but I cannot believe the state would take this action that would hurt Maryland farmers like this. Please read my written testimony. I couldn't include all of the testimony in this oral presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, Barry, because it's late and time is tight. I'm going to read something to you and I'd like you to comment on it.
Sure.
By example, where a typical hemp-derived product has a CBD concentration of about 1,200 milligrams, the new limits would allow for only 50 milligram per ounce container. Can you comment on that for me?
Yeah, I wish I had brought a prop, but we sell a product and we make product for other farms that are, say, 1,500 milligrams CBD in it. And that's a product that's popular, common, and successful in the marketplace. With the current law, that product's illegal. In fact, we wouldn't be able to make that product with any more than 50 milligrams in it, a 30-time reduction, all because the artificial raise in limits or lower in limits rather, that are set aside for THC. So CBD does drag along some, or hemp products do drag along some THC. It's actually beneficial, but it's at a ratio that's like 20-1. So it isn't intoxicating, but this law addressing the amount of THC so low that it drags down our products and they're not commercially viable. We're out of business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony and appreciate your participation in the process. Our next panel, Levi Sellers, Nathaniel Hicks Jr., Michael Sanderson, Theodore Delbridge, Teresa Coons, Kevin Ford. Okay. Okay, looks like. Hey, good evening. You can get started as soon as you're settled.
All right. All right, thank you. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Levi Sellers. I'm the president of the Maryland Hemp Coalition, the hemp representative on the Maryland Ag Commission, and a licensed hemp producer in Maryland. I am deeply concerned that this bill will eliminate the Maryland hemp industry completely. SB 516 as written establishes arbitrary THC milligram caps on products not licensed through the new limited cannabis program. Although well-intentioned, this eliminates products like nationally recognized Charlotte's Web CBD products or Maryland-produced equivalents, most commonly known to help with seizures in children. These milligram caps conflict with current federal statute. Supporting this is the Ninth Circuit Court ruling stating a straightforward reading of subsection 1639 yields a definition of hemp applicable to all products that are sourced from the cannabis plant contain no more than 0.3% Delta-9 THC. We ask this provision either be struck from the bill or amended to match the threshold of 0.3% Delta-9 THC. If this committee determines the regulation of all consumable hemp-derived products are to be regulated by the ATCC, It is only reasonable to ask the Maryland hemp industry to be awarded conversion licenses like offered to existing medical cannabis operations. In my written testimony is a proposal by the MDA supporting the addition of a separate craft license option for existing farmers. An oversight of this proposal is the full hemp industry supply chain, and it is not included. This weakens the chain. We ask the existing processors, manufacturers, and hemp specialty retailers be included in this limited craft licensing option and amended into this bill. History provides adequate evidence that the hemp industry has undergone significant damage by the imposition of misguided legislation by rule makers who are subject to powerful special interest groups. Sadly, this is what we are witnessing today. Large multi-state operators are working with lobbyists to influence legislation that would consolidate the cannabinoid market in their favor. A collaborative venture between hemp and cannabis market entities best serves the public and industry stakeholders. For these reasons, I urge you oppose SB 516 as written and favorable with amendments. Please regulate us.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Ford Jr., and I'm here today representing Uplift Action Fund, an equity-focused organization advocating for day one equity with the goal of providing equal opportunity and equitable resources to communities most harmed by the war on drugs. While we support the intent of this bill, we are here to express our concerns about whether the bill as proposed and even as amended in the House will realize the legislative intent it seeks to achieve. Considering the time limit, I will focus my testimony today on one of our many concerns, which is the definition of social equity applicant. I fully understand the need to ensure the definition is race neutral. However, as currently written, it does not truly address those who have been disproportionately impacted as a result of cannabis criminalization. As someone who has been a victim of subjective policing and police brutality here in Maryland, one would think that I would qualify as a social equity applicant. Unfortunately, I don't. I ask that you pause and consider, how could someone like the founder of Google who attended Eleanor Roosevelt for high school qualify as social equity, but someone like myself who's been negatively impacted by criminalization but has never attended public school or lived in a disproportionately impacted area not qualify? Legalizing cannabis equitably should prioritize righting the wrongs of the war on drugs. This starts with ensuring that those whose lives have been impacted by cannabis criminalization are included in the social equity definition. Uplift is urging that this bill receives a favorable report with amendments to the social equity applicant definition that adds individuals who have been arrested, charged, indicted, convicted, or have had assets forfeited for conduct related to cannabis. Have an immediate family member who have been arrested for cannabis, charged, convicted, or assets forfeited for conduct related to cannabis, and that immediate family member would include siblings, parents, and children. Lastly, we'd like to include a cap on net worth of an applicant who can qualify, which mirrors the net worth requirement for minority business enterprises certified by the Maryland Department of Transportation. In conclusion, we appreciate your leadership on this important issue, especially for keeping your focus on creating a fair and equitable cannabis industry here in Maryland. However, we just want to make sure that the legislative intent is truly realized through its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. We submitted written testimony that raises a number of issues. In the interest of time, I want to just raise two things, both of which have been teed up by some of the committee questions earlier and comments from the sponsor of the bill. I understand it's a little weird. I'm in finance talking about zoning and taxes, but with a universal bill like this, that's kind of where we end up sometimes. On zoning, I want to give you an easy handle on each of them. On zoning, the words in the bill, two-word phrase that says reasonable zoning. I don't know what that means. Our planning directors don't know what that means. Zoning lawyers don't know what that means. When it goes to the courts are going to have to say, well, that's clearly a preference, because if they just meant zoning, they would have said zoning. This says reasonable zoning. You're giving an elevated preference to folks who ought to be subject and put into the community in a reasonable way. And that's what we do with zoning. Zoning law is all about treating folks reasonably through that process. Take those words out. On tax revenues, I want to simplify this as possible as I got into percentages and so forth. The Maryland model in this bill is not really breaking new ground for the most part. The idea of Maryland being a relatively low tax state is fine. The idea of saying we'll phase up to a 10% overall tax, that's fine. So if someone buys for $100, that's $10 in taxes. Michigan's doing it just the same way. They say public services are a state and local enterprise. So out of that $10, $10 in taxes, 30% goes back to their local governments. It's like a 3% tax, which is what was in your placeholder bill in the Senate last year, a local 3% tax. So in Michigan, $100 sale, $10 tax, $3 to the locals. In this bill, $100 sale, you phase up to a $10 tax, 15 cents to your local governments. We're not even in the same universe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I'm Dr. Ted Delbridge, Executive Director for MEMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems, and I'm also here to represent the State Emergency Medical Services Board. And I'd like to support Senate Bill 516 with a suggested amendment to direct a portion of the tax proceeds to the Emergency Medical Services Operation Fund, or MSOF. I'd like to thank Senator Feldman, who I realized stepped out a while ago, saw him outside, for encouraging us to seek this amendment and to be here before you today. While predicting the future is a tricky business, a few things seem certain. One is that retail availability of cannabis is likely to increase demand, as reported by the Cannabis Public Policy Consulting Group, who also estimated that there would be at least 57 million instances annually in Maryland of driving under the influence of cannabis. We can reasonably expect that there will be highway safety implications, as there have been in other states, where there's been an average 5.8% increase in injury crash rates and 4.1% increase for fatal crashes after cannabis was legalized and there's retail availability. That's as reported in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs. It will also be necessary to monitor other potential health system effects and outcomes. At the same time, coincidentally, the DLS predicts insolvency of the MEMSOF within the next fiscal year. MEMSOF is capitalized by a $29 biannual surcharge on motor vehicle registrations, historically updated every 10 years. And it was last updated in 2013, so it's due. It supports MEMS, the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute, the Maryland State Police Aviation Command, the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center, and the Senator Amos Fire Rescue Ambulance Fund, which are all features of the infrastructure of the statewide emergency medical services system. It's incumbent upon us to identify sustainable funding for the MSOF to ensure the future of the EMS system of the state. The nexus and the opportunity before us seem logical. The proposed amendment would direct a portion of cannabis-related tax revenue to the MEMSOF, which would improve its sustainability and relieve pressure from other funding sources. Thank you for consideration of the proposed amendment, and we look forward to a favorable report. Thanks.
Never put the short one in the middle. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Teresa Kuhns. I'm the CEO of the Maryland Municipal League. We represent the 157 cities and towns of Maryland, which also represents about 2 million people who live within those jurisdictions. You have our written testimony, and Michael did a great job, so I'm going to do some cleanup. We say me too on the zoning. We need some clarity. We have concerns about the legal aspect of it being so vague. In the past year session, the sponsor, the Chairman Feldman, has increased the tax option to 30% of the total sales tax revenue. We agree with Mako on this point. Michael used the 15 cents. I'll use a bigger dollar number. For every $1 million sold in a municipality, let's say Annapolis, that was brought up in the question before, Annapolis would receive $900 in the current form of this legislation. That will not nearly cover comp plan changes, zoning changes, even simple signage changes, which we know are coming. $900 will not cover public education campaigns. It's clear that none of our needs would be met in terms of the zoning alone, much less the other areas for enforcement, as well as when we get to the consumption piece, which is also unclear right now. We understand and appreciate this is not going to be a tax revenue maker, and we understand that, and we are just asking to have, there is room to raise local tax revenues significantly without crossing that threshold into the tax revenue making piece of this. So we respectfully request a favorable vote with our amendments, including on the tax revenue side for local government.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. We'll call forward our next panel, which is Christina Johnson, Joe Bryce, Corey Garrison, Wendy Bronfine, Shayla Hampton, Martin Mitchell. God bless you.
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Joe Bryce. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Wholesale Medical Cannabis Trade Association, which is existing medical cannabis growers and processors. You've heard a lot about what's in the bill. I'm not going to go through it. I will communicate with the staff and council on some issues we have, like the fee that you mentioned, Senator Bidle. It is high. Hits different people differently and probably needs to be adjusted. We want to make sure there's an ownership transfer, a 5-year ownership transfer. Medical operators have already had a 3-year transfer, so this would be an 8-year transfer prohibition. We mostly want to be sure that companies like Ms. Johnson's, who you'll hear from, are able to raise capital without transferring ownership. And we want to be sure that those provisions are in there. I also want to reiterate a point that was made earlier by Mr. Murphy and others on his panel. Please don't forget the House Bill 2 licensees. They're here, they're ready, they're vetted, they're minority, they're ready to go. They've been hit with inflation, with COVID, with shortages in supplies. There's money in that fund that's available, and we need to help them access it now. And finally, Madam Chair, to be clear on hemp, we are not interested in banning non-intoxicating hemp products. The only reason this issue is here is not because we chose it to be here. It's because Congress 5 years ago passed a bill with a big old loophole. Folks drove a truck through it. Congress didn't act. FDA didn't act. No one in this room has ever voted to allow the sale of these products that we're concerned about in Maryland, period. And it's not just Delta 8, it's Delta 9, which is what gets you high. We are concerned about things that get you high, and you can walk to Main Street and buy some right after this hearing. So that's what the issue is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the time. Committee members, I come before you as a business owner and operator and an advocate who's been in the space for about 5 years. I sit on the United States Cannabis Council Board, the National Hispanic Cannabis Council Board, CanMed, which is our wholesalers association here in Maryland, and I serve as vice chair. I'm also one of the House Bill 2 awardees. I was the last grower to actually be licensed. And to be frank, ladies and gentlemen, we are struggling. There were 4 growers and 10 processors. As you all know, one of the most difficult tasks as a cannabis business owner is financing that business. As Joe mentioned, we have inflation issues. We've got dubious tax laws, plummeting cannabis prices per pound, a reduction in investments in cannabis across the nation by 64% year over year. That means the money is drying up. I think there are 2 solutions that you all can, discuss as a committee and hopefully vote on that will help benefit the House Bill 2 awardees. First of all, we would like you all to accelerate the Cannabis Business Assistance Fund access and prioritize House Bill 2 minority pre-awarded licensees in the current fiscal year. The $40 million is waiting to be distributed. We need the Department of Commerce to have very clear language in this bill that tells them they need to get the money out ASAP and that we can be beneficiaries. Secondly, the transfer prohibition is too restrictive. As a minority, we have to raise equity first in our businesses, or sell our equity, to raise money. We need to be able to sell that equity ASAP, and we cannot afford to have a 5-year transfer prohibition. So we need to amend that language as well. The draft bill is excellent. There are some innovative solutions like the incubation mentoring partnerships that exist. And we, I think, have a model program that will come before us. We, though, need your help in incubating and aiding social equity applicants, and again, the existing House Bill 2 minority applicant awardees.
Thank you. And colleagues, that's Christina Johnson, right?
Yes,
Yep.
thank
So
you,
for the
Madam
rest of
Chair.
you, please say your names as you go so we can keep track of who we've heard from.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
Thank
My
you.
apologies.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the community, good evening. For the record, my name is Wendy Bronfine. I'm here as co-founder of Curio Wellness. We're a cultivator, processor, and dispensary in Baltimore County. We employ 250 individuals. We pay a living wage and offer a comprehensive benefits package to everyone. I have a few amendments I want to discuss with you tonight. The first is canopy. The canopy is set excessively high at 300,000 square feet per standard grower. That will lead to a glut in the market. It will also cause price compression, which leads to the failure of businesses and diversion to the illicit market. Our recommendation is that this is reduced from 300,000 square feet to 100,000 square feet. As you've heard before, the fees are very high. I would recommend that the committee looks at some of the other states that have gone through this process. We recommend a flat fee structure. Gross revenue is not an appropriate metric for cannabis companies based on what others have told you today about the business constraints we have from 280E and other lack of access capital issues that plague us. From the dispensary standpoint, we are not in favor of the reduction from 4 to 2, but we do commend the sponsors for looking at market demand and population. In the clustering conversation, I would offer that you consider a 20-minute drive time like CVS's and Walgreens do to avoid oversaturation. We also believe that any HB2 cultivator should be given a dispensary license, which would mirror the 2016 award and give them a point of distribution from day one. Advertising, which was brought up, should not be changed. We have existed without incident or obscenity for 5 years. We have strong parameters to ensure safe messaging, and we should continue as such. For these reasons, we respectfully request your consideration of our proposal as you continue discussions around the cannabis program in Maryland. Thank you.
11 years, 150 doctors, 20 pain management specialists, 6 disability denials, 3 years bedridden. Hello, members of the Senate Financial Committee. I am Shayla Hampton, and I work at Embrace CBD Wellness Centers. That's my story. At least once upon a time it was, before I found full spectrum CBD and other cannabinoids. I am in danger of losing my job and my industry due to the language in this bill. This act aims to ban full spectrum CBD products and all Delta-8 and other similar cannabinoids products outside of the cannabis dispensaries, which could have devastating consequences for my job and my health. I suffer terribly from fibromyalgia, chronic migraine syndrome, IBS, interstitial cystitis, and heart palpitation syndrome. My conditions are not only impacting my home, but severely impacting my ability to work before I started using CBD products. When I found Embrace CBD, it was literally my lifeline. Finally, a job that allowed me to work and manage my health simultaneously while bringing healing to a lot of my conditions with full spectrum CBD. CBD and Delta-8 products have been a lifesaver for me as well as countless others because of their low psychotropic potency and include incredible therapeutic benefits. The potential loss of access to these products in small businesses like Embrace CBD, who truly care for their consumers, could be catastrophic. The current language in this bill will make it nearly impossible for my company and others like it to continue operating, causing countless jobs and communities to suffer. It was this small business, Embrace CBD, who was sympathetic to my needs and people like me, not the massive cannabis dispensaries who play for profits over everything. As a Black woman and an expert in hemp and cannabis sales, I am passionate about the positive impact that these products have had on everyone's lives that I have encountered. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair and Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Councilman Martin Mitchell. I'm the at-large councilman from the city of Laurel. And, some have coined me the cannabis councilman because like Wes most recently said, I am not new to this, I'm true to this. And I would like to offer favorable with amendments to SB 516. We saw this past election that 2/3 of Marylanders believe in cannabis legalization. And, I'm also here with the Uplift Action Fund. And a lot of the amendments have already been formally addressed or so I won't really bring that up about the separate oversight of medical hemp. We are advocating to shift the key foundations of the state industry to be overseen by an independent commission, staffed by top experts and of the industry rather than law enforcement, the longtime perpetuators of the war on drugs. I am confident that instead of creating an enforcement division, something also addressed, for illegal substance we should redirect that effort into building an independent cannabis commission to oversee medical adult use. Virginia has already done a JLARC study. I'm sure that's already been provided as well. Despite industry concerns, we acknowledge that the spirit of legalization represents a crucial step towards ending the criminalization of people, the plant, and bringing repairs to the individual communities who have survived the harm of prohibition. It is important to emphasize the potential impacts, economic impacts, job creation, increased tax revenue. But I wanted to mention, and I mentioned last time, that we should consider true equity, including cottage business licenses that would allow regulated craft cannabis producers. Imagine a Prince George's resident and business owner like LaJuan Stribling producing her baked goods and such, and getting them tested and taking them to the farmer's market and selling them on big box shelves. And if licensees existed like this, I believe that they can truly flourish. And in the words of my friend Kevin Ford, everyone should have an opportunity to fail. So I urge this deliberative body to strongly consider these amendments. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Corey Garrison. I am the general manager and partner of Live Right CBD with storefronts in Baltimore County and Hartford County, as well as a store online. I manage a staff of 12 hardworking, very well-versed employees that strive for the ultimate in customer care as we present ourselves as an overall wellness facility, not just a retail store. We have a customer base in the thousands, both in-house as well as those who order online from the comfort and convenience of their homes. Our customer base that targets Delta-8 and related products are those who are looking for relief from various conditions, but are also looking for quality products that are less intoxicating than those offered in cannabis dispensaries. Also, many enjoy the ease and convenience of our stores and staff, as some are intimidated by the dispensary process and will lose said opportunities to treat their conditions if these products are taken from our stores. On the lines of regulating our products, we are all for regulation. In fact, proud CBD storefront owners like myself would welcome regulation, especially if it meant that untested and unregulated products were outlawed in the state. Stores like ours and many others only purchase and provide quality products that are third-party tested and come with certificates of authenticity. One of those, our local suppliers, is actually with us today in the crowd. So yes, regulation is key and perhaps essential to the care of and the safety of our customers, and will provide them either further trust from them with the comfort of knowing that we are only selling, provide regulating goods. What isn't essential is moving the bread and butter of our revenue into dispensaries, perhaps resulting in our stores closing and putting quality staff out of work. Our very livelihood is at stake, and we ask that you consider the impact of this transition on a grand scale. We work diligently to keep our doors open through some of the toughest times of our lives. We certainly hope that our efforts will not be met with the fate of our industry. As a proud business owner, a family man, a provider, I thank you for your time, ask for your consideration, and would be happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we heard from the whole panel. I don't see any, Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Bryce, you led off this group. I know you're not all connected in any way, but you were, and the bill sponsor cautioned us as he went out the door that there would be a lot of controversy over cannabis and hemp. I note in the bill that it does make reference to inhalation and, with certain levels, we've been hearing all kinds of conversation about what does get you high, what doesn't get as high. Could you just elaborate a little bit?
Sure.
Where you kind of left off? The bell rang just as you were getting into that conversation.
So thank you, Senator. Basically, as I mentioned, this is a problem created by the federal farm bill. And it's not in the definition of hemp, what's cannabis. It's that they applied a definition to the plant of 0.3% THC9 of the dry weight of the plant. However, the way they phrased it, that carried over into products. So 0.3% in a dried plant is very little THC. 0.3% in my phone is a lot of THC. And, you've heard, so that's the fundamental problem. Not once has this General Assembly said, we want these products for sale on the streets. Not once. They are authorized under federal law, as they testified. I don't debate that, but you have never said this is a good idea to allow these to be sold at gas stations and storefronts, et cetera. Delta 8, there's been a lot of talk about Delta 8, and there have been people who've come up, very well-intentioned, I believe, who said, we want to make non-intoxicating products. But if you listen carefully, there were many who didn't say that. They said they want to continue selling the products they're allowed to sell under federal law. And this is the third time I've been implicitly accused of misrepresenting what these products are. So don't believe me, even though I hope most of you in your experience with me would believe. Believe them. Premium dispensary grade CBD THC cannabis boutique. That's outside one of these stores. Dispensary grade THC, no med card required. Pre-rolls, topicals, tinctures, Delta 9.
And you're saying these products will cause intoxication?
Delta 9 is the main intoxicant. The hemp plant and the plant that you think of as a pot plant are the same exact plant. The difference is how much you grow for them to have THC content in them. And so Delta 9 is the main psychoactive in pot, right? So ironically, you can go down the street and buy pot that's derived from hemp because of this federal loophole, but you've spent 10 years trying to figure out how to regulate the sale of pot in the medical market and the adult use market. And that's what this is about. It's not about putting out anybody out of business. No one should have gotten into the hemp industry thinking they would be able to sell intoxicating products. You never heard that testimony when you passed hemp bills.
And we did. We passed some hemp bills. And so what were those targeted at? Can you just?
Those were, and if you go back and listen to the hearings, it was made crystal clear. It was rope, it was cloth, it was insulation, it was all these wonderful things, which great. That's good. No argument with that. And that's not even touched in here because they're not consumable or inhalable. They went to great lengths at those hearings to say, this is not pot.
And that's my recollection.
There's not enough THC in here to get you high. This is not about getting high. This is about these industrial uses. So anyone at the time who was growing hemp or wanting to get in the hemp business never should have believed that they could sell something akin to marijuana just because it's derived from the hemp plant.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I see no further questions from the committee, so I thank you all for your testimony and wish you a fantastic evening. You spent half of it with Senate Finance, so. All right, we're going to call our next panel, Michael Johansson, Miguel Jones, Joseph Clements, Rami Eck, Lawrence Grand Prix, Richard Parker. Let me go on. Davon Love, Michael Cox. Okay, I'll stop calling names then. Okay. All right, good evening. You can go ahead, Mr. Johansson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mike Johansson on behalf of Curio Wellness. You heard from Wendy Bronfein, my client, on the prior panel. Many of you know I've kind of been around a long time, been doing this for about 36 years in some form or another. This is really a complex issue. It's a legislative issue. It's going to be a very difficult administrative issue. And then operating a cannabis business is not easy. The federal tax law is very discriminatory toward these businesses. The investment is going to be very difficult to get as well. But we have confidence that this committee and the Senate Budget and Tax Committee and the General Assembly is going to handle it well. One of the things this bill does is try and lay out in a very rapid fashion how many additional licenses are going to be awarded. In the current medical market, there's basically a glut of product. You heard that. In roughly a year, we went from a relatively stable market to an oversupply. And one gentleman testified that the price, today is basically 40% less than it was and what you can sell it for at retail. It's a very dynamic market. It's very difficult. The way the bill's set up on future licenses, the commission's going to be in charge of determining how many, and then of course the location, you heard that. But there's a possibility of too many. They're too big. They shouldn't be 300,000 square feet, and they happen too fast. For example, round one is January 1 of 24, and then the second round is a few months later in May. Anybody who wins in round one is still talking to zoning officials, right? Still talking to banks, negotiating leases, and yet there's a cascading number of new licensees. So we want everybody to be successful. We want the HB2s to be successful. So there really needs to be some ongoing conversation, perhaps with the General Assembly as the commission continues to make those determinations. So we appreciate your help on this and really wish you the best of luck in getting through the rest of it.
All right, I'm gonna make it quick and get you senators out of here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Richard Parker. I'm the owner of CBD Apothecary, CBD wellness stores spanning districts 40, 41 in Baltimore City and districts 42A and 44B in Baltimore County. I served honorably for 22 years in the United States Army, and prior to opening CBD Apothecary, I served as a state deputy director of the union AFSCME. I will tell you that opening a CBD store has not been just a personal journey, but one that has drawn in a network of other small businesses, activists, and members of the community. Being from Baltimore City, I've made a very conscious effort to employ young people from the city, young people whose lack of education, experience, and troubled backgrounds have made it difficult for them to find employment. I've taken these same folks who have been crucial to my success and paid for CDL training, early childhood education, startup costs to own and operate their own businesses. None of my employees make less than $20 an hour, and I'm a regular sponsor of youth sports in the communities in which I serve. So what brings me here today are two provisions in SB 516, sections 361103A1 and 361103B that would not only cause irreparable harm to local small business CBD store owners, but also the local supply chain that provides all of the equipment and products necessary to operate a CBD store. To be even more frank, with these provisions included, it would put me and my employees out of business by July 1. Even if all current retailers were able to apply for and receive an adult use license, they would still be out of business between the time the bill goes into effect on July 1 and when the first round of licenses are awarded in January 2024. And even then, there's still no guarantee that any current retailer will in fact receive a dispensary license. It does not stand to reason that scientifically less potent CBD products be banned or made available only through adult use licensees at a time where we're relaxing restrictions on more potent adult use cannabis and giving those already very profitable adult use licenses even greater monopoly over the market. Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Want to first thank this committee for the establishment of the Community Repair and Reinvestment Fund, the underlying principle that if we are to repair the damage done by the way the criminal justice system was weaponized against people of African descent, then there needs to be real material compensation in order to say that justice is being done, and that should not be contingent on an interest in participating in the cannabis industry proper. With that being said, I want to call this committee's attention to page 15 that looks at the formula as to how this fund is distributed to different jurisdictions. So the way the fund is set up is that each jurisdiction gets a percentage of this fund, and it's determined by that jurisdiction's contribution to cannabis-related arrests over a 20-year period that is designated in this section. I don't understand why, but for some reason in this bill, that language has changed. And the crucial part that has changed is that it's changed from arrests, the number of arrests that jurisdiction has contributed, to individuals arrested. And again, an example as to why this is important. Between 1999 and 2006, Martin O'Malley's zero tolerance policy, there were 757,000 illegal arrests. And there weren't 757,000 people in Baltimore City. You get that number because people were arrested over and over and over again. And so the importance of this formula being based on arrests is to ensure that the funds are distributed in a way that properly understands and considers the fact that these jurisdictions were impacted the most. And so it's really just reverting back to the original language of which this fund was established is the amendment that I put before you today. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and everybody. I'm Joseph Clemens Jr. I'm a cannabis investor, and I'm favorable with amendments, particularly around those dealing with the unnecessary law enforcement involvement in the bill. As the bill is drafted now on the ATCC, it says that one chair should go to someone experienced in law enforcement. The executive director of the Cannabis Commission also shall be a sworn police officer. The Cannabis Regulation and Enforcement Division are also going to serve that executive director who's a sworn member of law enforcement. That's just generally a bad idea to enshrine them into this, what we're trying to do here, because as an organization, the police have been proven to unfairly target minorities. The police are people and people have biases, and numerous studies have shown that police, those biases are against minorities. The National Conference of State Legislatures released the results of a study that they did in May, so not even a year ago, that says that even in post-legalization states, Black and Hispanic drivers were still more likely to be searched at traffic stops than white drivers. The way we have this written to our bill here is essentially having a system where we're setting up wolves to guard sheep. The main part about all this, though, is that none of these positions that are going to be headed by someone with a law enforcement background actually requires or benefits from that law enforcement background. The ATCC is created to conduct studies and develop best practices. The division is created to develop seed to sale tracking methodology and awarding license. No part of that needs someone with a law enforcement background or even benefits from someone with a law enforcement background. The best thing to do going forward is just to remove that language from the bill. The people who serve in these positions just need to be the most qualified, regardless of what background they have, or failing to do something like that, then put some kind of checks on it. For example, certifying providers are spelled out over 2 pages, and over those 2 pages, they mention they have to be in good standing over 5 times. We should do something like that if we're going to require people to be in law enforcement backgrounds. Thank you.
Good evening, Lawrence Grandfrey, Director of Research for Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. We support with amendments to ensure we have enough money for the Community Reinvestment Fund to support robust reparations to the war on drugs. State tax rates on cannabis nationwide vary between 15% on the low end and up to 40% on the high end. By starting at 6%, Maryland will be out of step with national best practices. Maine, given credit for its low cannabis taxes and effectiveness at undermining the black market, started at 15%. New Mexico, which is also praised as a model, locked in a low tax rate of 12% for 3 years, then increased up to 18%. Virginia, our only neighbor with recreational cannabis tax, starts at 20%. High taxes can make cannabis more expensive, but there's no demonstrable evidence that low taxes themselves can lower the cost of cannabis. Much of the fear around high taxes comes from California, which shares a border with Mexico for smuggling cannabis, has the space to hide massive outdoor illegal grows, and a tax rate nearly double anything we'd advocate for. Also, the CEO of Weed Maps, Chris Beal, says it's density of retail establishments, not tax rates, that's a crucial factor in undermining the black market. Cannabis Public Policy Consulting produced a report in which they said the optimal tax rate to undercut the black market in Maryland specifically is twice the tax rate currently in this bill, stating, quote, "We recommend a 15 to 20% tax to maximize rapid shifts to the adult use market." They also stated starting at 10% and working up will be optimal. That's our proposed amendment. We recommend starting at 10% and going up 1% per year to 15%, the low end of what these experts say is the optimal tax rate. This will not meaningfully increase the cost of cannabis to consumers. The difference between the $50 purchase costing around $53 without in the status quo versus $57 under our amendment. This would keep Maryland on the low end of the lowest cannabis tax rates in the country, and estimates show they will only make about a 2% impact on the black market, on sales going to the black market. While the impact on the black market is minor, potential impacts on revenue could be massive. Using the numbers in the fiscal note, over the first 5 years, Maryland would miss out on up to $250 million in overall tax revenue, and our Community Reinvestment Fund will lose up to $75 million without our amendment. The tax rate printed in the bill would create an expectation among consumers and businesses, and this may be hard to change in the future. We ask you to consider this amendment so we can get this right the first time. We're open to feedback. We agree with low taxes. This amendment is a low tax structure. We just don't need to miss out potentially on millions of dollars of revenue because we're asking low taxes to do something it can't do on its own, ensure cheap cannabis and destroy the black market by itself. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you all for participating in our hearing. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I'm going to call forward the next panel. Can't remember if I called Michael Cox, Christopher Cannon, Kayla Mock, Don Gordon, Evan Devan, Randy Jayatovich, Rena Shea, Shaw, Victoria Schultz. Good evening.
I imagine we're going to start with me. Okay. Hello, madam. My name is Christopher Cannon. My wife Barbara and I are owners of Cannonball Dispensary. Cannonball Dispensary is a veteran and woman-owned business located on the south side of Calvert County. We have invested upwards of $250,000 into our business and have consulted over 17,000 customers about the seating capacity of Madison Square Garden in just a short 20 months. We have created an inviting and inclusive environment for all who walk through our door. We have helped countless veterans reacclimate back into society through the use of our hemp-derived products. All products sold at Cannonball Dispensary have been third-party tested and most are certified by the U.S. Hemp Authority, similar to Charlotte's Web. We stand favorable to this bill with amendments. Certain wording in this bill would shut my business down in 4 months, forcing me into bankruptcy and toppling our creation and dream. I understand the belief that there isn't and won't be enough room for us once recreational hits, but that's just simply not true. I serve hundreds of medical card holders who prefer coming to my shop over medical dispensaries because our products are much less potent. Not to mention the medical facilities carry almost zero CBD and focus on extremely high concentrations of THC. The MMCC paints a very pretty picture of their regulation of their medical program, but I find it flawed. In fact, I talk with people obtaining products illegally from the dispensaries and medical patients every single day. I've actually done it myself. Went to the website, picked out a product, made it sweet for a patient, boom, in my hand. If it's happening at one, it's happening at all. We are asking to be afforded the same opportunities as that of the medical dispensaries. I believe we can bring a fresh change and promise to this new Maryland industry. We already have well-established storefronts and a large customer base. With minor changes and modifications, we can meet all requirements set forth by what will be the ATCC. I've been in this industry going on 6 years. I built my life around this industry and this business. We follow all laws set forth by both state and federal. The worst part about it is that we've been screaming for regulation and been ignored countless times. It's one thing to go bankrupt building a dream. It's a complete other when you are forced into bankruptcy by the people who lead you in your state. Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I didn't realize it either. My name is Dawn Gordon, and these are my non-intoxicating CBD products from my hemp grown in my farm in Frederick County. I'm an agritourism farm stay. Our passion is in research and development of sustainable agriculture, focusing on carbon sequestration and healthy soil building through green waste reversal technology. My federal, state, county innovation projects and grants are based on hemp cultivation and post-extract solventless hemp plant material that is used to create biochar. My efforts have been awarded from Frederick Economic Development as a top 50 business in innovation. I'm a fifth-year hemp farmer, a woman vertically owned integrated cultivation, extraction, formulation business. My products are sold in 6 Maryland medical dispensaries. My flower has been extracted and used as a CBD ingredient for a Maryland-based multi-state cannabis corporation. My flower has been extensively tested for potentially dangerous contaminants such as heavy metals, non-organic chemicals, mycotoxins, microbials, and solvents, all passing medical grade acceptable amounts. My focus is on cultivation of the cannabis sativa plant and creating my natural hemp products that do not exceed 0.3% THC. My products are not intoxicating and are not created in a pharmaceutical process that uses acetate. It is imperative that scientific research continues and expands on our understanding of the human endocannabinoid system. The banning of my ability to sell full spectrum hemp derived products will put an end to my business and all Maryland hemp farms. I do not have equipment to isolate CBD and remove THC. We do, however, have the ability to grow hemp using genetics that are low THC and high in CBD. We must be able to use full spectrum naturally occurring hemp derived minor and major cannabinoid, for the industry to continue. It is my position and the future of hemp, medical and adult use. Cannabis products do not allow for any acetate in the formulation of products manufactured and sold in the state of Maryland.
Good evening, Chair Griffith and senators. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I know it's been a long night. I wanted to testify in this bill, which is a major and much needed step toward undoing the harms of the failed war on drugs. I'm Vicki Schultz, the Executive Director of Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid is a statewide nonprofit law firm that provides free legal services in a range of fundamental civil legal matters to the residents of communities most impacted by this failed war, including the racially and economically disproportionate enforcement of cannabis prohibition. As such, Maryland Legal Aid supports this bill and requests a friendly amendment to dedicate 10% of cannabis tax revenue to the Maryland Legal Services Corporation to support the bill's goal of promoting greater social equity. Providing civil legal aid to people and families who live in impacted communities is not only the right thing to do, it's an effective anti-poverty strategy that will achieve greater social equity, address the harm of our failed drug policies, and provide a return on investment for all Maryland residents. Further, the impacted communities the bill seeks to address are our client communities, which face disproportionate harms due to decades of over-policing and disinvestment as a result of the war on drugs. Cannabis may be legal now, but tens of thousands of people still face legal peril because of it. We can't just ignore that. Every single day, our clients face resulting urgent civil legal issues such as higher rates of eviction and foreclosure, predatory lending and illegal consumer practices, disproportionate school discipline, and lack of access to vital income supports. Expungement assistance alone, while important, won't fix all the civil legal consequences of a criminal record. Maryland Legal Aid asks the committee to report this bill favorable with a friendly amendment to provide 10% of cannabis tax revenues to the Maryland Legal Services Corporation. We stand ready to be a resource to the committee and to provide any further information you may need. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Reena Shah, and I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Access to Justice Commission. We are an independent entity powered by the Maryland State Bar Association. We unite leaders to drive reforms and innovations to make the civil justice system accessible, equitable, and fair for all Marylanders. Prominent leaders from different segments of the legal community in Maryland, including the deans of the 2 law schools, law firm partners, and corporate counsel, comprise the commission and speak with one voice in support of a proposed amendment to SB 516 to allot 10% of the cannabis revenue to go to MLSC to fund civil legal aid. We are testifying because the ones who provide the services to these communities that have been impacted by cannabis enforcement are the same communities that receive civil legal services. I want the committee to be aware that the civil justice system accounts for about 84% of all state court cases if you exclude traffic. That's about 700,000 cases out of about 835,000 cases. A national study showed that 75% of all low-income Americans face at least one civil legal issue every year, and 92% do not receive any sufficient help with their civil legal problem. When I was a housing attorney at Maryland Legal Aid, I routinely represented clients that were arrested, maybe not even convicted of small marijuana possession charges, and then they would face all kinds of consequences, including eviction, consumer, family law matters, etc. So the enforcement of cannabis has a long tail, and there are legal solutions. And so we concur with our colleague and say that the 10% should go to MLSC to support those communities that were harmed by cannabis enforcement. And this amendment will serve as an effective anti-poverty and social equity strategy. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kayla Mock. I am with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400. We represent over 10,000 Maryland workers, including cannabis workers. We're here today in support of SB 516 with amendments, specifically the addition of labor peace agreements. There are going to be thousands of jobs in this billion-dollar industry, and you have the ability to ensure that these jobs can also create generational wealth. Access to being able to organize a union freely and fairly, and then to collectively bargain over your workplace conditions, benefits, and pensions is imperative to lifting up people who are in poverty out of poverty. Just because people come from poverty doesn't mean they have to stay there. And they certainly shouldn't be working jobs that keep them there. This body can ensure cannabis jobs on all levels are sustainable jobs, creating generational wealth. This is a holistic and true equity approach. I want to uplift the written testimony submitted by one of our cannabis workers, Elvis Correa, who works at Zen Leaf in Germantown in Maryland and has worked in the cannabis industry for 6 years. In his testimony, he speaks about the experience of him and his coworkers organizing their union. Elvis points out that under our outdated federal labor law, his employer got away with using intimidation and scare tactics to stop employees from exercising their right to unionize. Some of Elvis's coworkers were even scared to even vote in the union election one way or the other out of the fear of retaliation from their employer. If you are afraid to even cast a ballot, then that is not a free and fair process. Unfortunately, federal labor law does little to punish employers who choose to intimidate employees, and without labor peace agreements, this is the experience of many workers who want to organize. Organized labor is the way workers access wealth. My grandfather was born in Appalachia. He moved his family out of poverty by becoming a meter reader with IBEW. My mom and my aunt are grocery workers who raised 4 daughters who graduated from college by unions.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so thank you for your patience and for
Thank you.
participating in the hearing today. All right, we're going to call Abigail Deal and Stephanie Reiser. Okay, you can go ahead and get started.
Do you want to go ahead? Debbie? Oh, you want me to? Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the committee for having us here today. I know it's been a long day and I'll try to keep my remarks short. I'm Stephanie Reiser. I am the founder and CEO of Acknowledge Farms. I'm here today favorable with the bill with amendments. We are a regenerative organic hemp farm in Washington County, and we have our own brand of artisanal full spectrum CBD tinctures to support health and wellness. And I want to articulate that my product does not contain intoxicating amounts of THC. My products are healthy, natural, and non-intoxicating. CBD is a natural, non-intoxicating compound. This bill would effectively kill my business in the state of Maryland. Specifically, the provisions introducing caps of 0.5 milligrams THC per serving and 2.5 milligrams THC per package are an arbitrary designation that would eliminate the non-intoxicating full spectrum hemp products like my products. If these provisions stand, my non-intoxicating products would be illegal in the state of Maryland. Acknowledge Farms is not in the business of intoxicating cannabinoids. We knew this was an evolving industry when we launched, and I developed my business plan to be able to weather the market and not have to rely on loopholes. I urge the lawmakers of this committee to amend this legislation to remove these provisions that would put me and other CBD companies and farms out of business in Maryland, and to urge the members of the committee to work with me and my colleagues to develop a workable solution that will serve the ultimate goals of this committee to protect public safety and preserve the non-intoxicating hemp and CBD industry in Maryland. There is room for both the marijuana and the CBD industries to coexist. There are countless examples in other states. I would like to point out that a couple panels ago, it was said that these are the same plant, and I'd love to answer questions about why that is not a true statement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abigail Deal. First of all, thank you all for being here so late. Very appreciated, Madam Chair and everybody else. And thank you for continued dedication to our wonderful state here. I am born and raised in Maryland. I've been working in the cannabis industry as well as the hemp industry since 2015. Application process has started. I'm going to make this very quick and short. The bill is incredible. Thank you guys so much for your hard work. There are a couple of things in there. Obviously, nothing's perfect, but there's a couple of things that I don't think are visible. A couple of people have mentioned the canopy caps. I want to just point out that the way that it lays out right now, that it doesn't see very clearly, is that there's a little bit over 1 million square feet of canopy becoming available starting July 1st until 2026, until new licenses come on board. As it lays out right now, there's going to be a single operator that's going to have 300,000 square feet, which is going to control 1/3 of the market. If one single operator controls 1/3 of the market for the first 2 years, we have a major, that's very risky. We have a major problem of the market bottoming out, as well as any new operators, which we are very much trying to support, our new social equity licenses coming on board and having a chance of survival. The solution here is if we take that canopy cap from 300,000 square feet down to 100,000 square feet, we allow the ability of people to enter the market and have a chance to a success instead of setting them up for failure. As of right now, again, with the 300,000 square feet, that leaves over 22 million square feet of canopy available here in Maryland, which the state hired consultants said that we only need 4 million square feet. Other industry experts have said 2 million square feet. So 22 million is very large and a little unnecessary. So that is my idea about the canopy cap, which I think the simple solution is 100,000 square feet. That really kind of helps the industry as a whole. As well, I do work in hemp and I do not support intoxicating cannabinoids. I think that is a loophole and I think that we need to regulate that. I do support full spectrum hemp and happy to help with anything like that. Maybe another day as everyone wants to go home. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you for your testimony and
Appreciate it.
for waiting all day to make your comments. Okay, I'm going to call Colby Ferguson and Deborah Roy. Okay, so that will move to our next panel. Jeffrey Ferguson, Ellie Mitchell, Joe Xavier, Anita, I'm sorry, what? Anita Reddy. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chairman and committee. I will be giving the committee a break. I will not be talking about CBD and hemp and all that other good stuff, but there's a lot of good information tonight for sure. I'm Jeff Ferguson. I'm president of Ferguson Trenching Company and FTC Aggregate Supply, which are construction businesses. We have offices in Odenton, White Plains, and Forest Hill. We have approximately 250 total employees. And safety has always been a priority for our employees, customers, and the public. Having a drug-free workplace is a significant part of our safety program. There's portions of my company, because we do work for the utility companies, that portions of the workforce, they are mandated under federal drug laws. However, there's other portions of my company that they operate the same type of equipment. They're doing just as dangerous work that we do need to be able to drug test. We currently have a drug policy that does not allow for cannabis, and we would ask that any bill that is passed to please include the language for employers being able to do that, to maintain a drug policy. The biggest problem with cannabis is right now there is no way to test for being under the influence such as alcohol. So I know the House has taken the language from their bill regarding the employers. I know there has been some amendments that I believe is being put in the House bill, but I would just ask that any language that is passed to please allow employers to maintain a drug policy. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Well, good evening, Chair and committee members. I'm Joe Xavier. I'm the Senior Director of Health and Safety for Associate Builders and Contractors. And construction is labor intensive and the workplace is in a state of constant flux. It's always changing. Even with sophisticated safety systems, there are still too many injuries in the construction industry. Even one miscommunication or one misjudgment or 1 inch or 1 second, that is the difference between a normal day and a tragic fatality in the workplace. Construction companies like Jeff's need flexibility and the ability to utilize policies, practices, and tools that keep our workforce safe and free of impairment while at work. While current testing for cannabis has some limitations, there's technology that is in use and being further developed. In closing, the most important thing I'm going to say tonight is that this request is a pro-worker position. The workforce needs to feel safe at work, knowing their coworkers are ready for work and not impaired. Thank you for your time and consideration. Open to any questions about the various technologies used for impairment detection. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I thank you for your patience and tonight listening to everyone. I'm wearing 3 hats tonight. I'm Ellie Mitchell. I am the director of the Maryland Out of School Time Network, and I am also representing the Maryland Coalition for Community Schools and Mentor Maryland DC. As we discuss the legalization of cannabis for adults, we also need to reflect on the potential impact on young people. Research says that the best way to keep young people making good decisions is to offer opportunity that fosters self-efficacy, that creates future thinking, and those opportunities that build positive relationships with peers and adult mentors and role models. So 2 relevant points for this bill. 1, we recommend adding a youth development professional to the advisory board on medical and adult use cannabis to really think about the impact this bill might be having on younger generations. And as you fully imagine the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund and possibly increasing the percentage it receives, keep in mind as an allowable use, building the capacity and sustainability and reach of community-based youth-serving organizations in those eligible communities. One example, which is in our written testimony, is the Illinois R3 program. They recently gave out $45 million to 145 organizations, of which half serve young people. And we're happy to provide additional examples of how funds from cannabis revenue have been used to increase youth opportunities in those states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Vital.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ferguson, your comments really hit home for me. I was 38 years in insurance. And so the safety issues are really important to me. So the House took out the comments about the employers being allowed to test.
That's my understanding, that was mentioned to me this afternoon.
Okay.
And then I was also given a few amendments that was going to be put back into the House bill, or at least offered to the House bill.
Okay.
So
I'll be looking closely at that when it comes over. I understand with marijuana, you can show it in your system, but not necessarily be under the influence. And so it makes it really difficult to know whether that contributed to a workman's comp accident or a car accident or whatever, but.
correct.
I will look
Or
closely.
when they last used it, there's just no way to really find out the impairment level of that individual at that time.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Colleagues, we're turning to our virtual witnesses. We'll start with Ellen Corin. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ellen Corin, President and CEO of Chesapeake Public Strategies. I'm testifying today for the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce as the Volunteer Economic Development Vice President in support of Senate Bill 516. You have our written testimony, so I'll just get to our main point. We support legalizing cannabis for adult use, and our chief concern at this point is that employer protections remain in the bill, which you'll find on page 72, lines 16 to 22. Language like this is important, especially in those industries that are safety sensitive. We know that language was amended out of the House version, so we urge the committee to keep that language in the Senate version. Madam Chair, you talked early on about the important challenge of balancing a number of issues raised by various stakeholders relating to drafting this bill. We believe that the elimination of employer protections in the House bill puts that legislation way out of balance. So we respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 516, but only if the employer protections remain in the bill. Thank you for your time this evening and for all that you do for Maryland residents.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you for waiting and participating in our hearing. Okay, our next witness is Olivia Nagel.
That's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Olivia Noggle, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Marijuana Policy Project, or MPP. We're a national nonprofit in DC, and we work to reform cannabis laws across the country. Here today testifying favorable with amendments to SB 516. There's a lot of areas of this bill that are worthy of praise. I'd just like to offer a couple of recommendations to improve the bill as currently written, which I've provided in written testimony as well. We strongly support having a bulk of tax revenue reinvested into communities disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition. But we do recommend not having the community reinvestment and cannabis assistance fund sunset as the bill appears to do. Additionally, we do understand the desire for legal cannabis access for adult consumers when possession becomes legal on July 1st. But we do urge that this be done in a way that ensures medical cannabis patients don't face high prices and shortages during the transition. The bill should also require concrete actions from growers and processors in addition to dispensaries to ensure adequate supply of medical cannabis. I'd like to thank Senator Feldman and Senator Hayes for their work on this important issue, and we do urge the committee to consider our proposed amendments and issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so please have a good evening. We will now hear from Eric Spencer. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Spencer, and I am a member of the Maryland Cannabis Equity Collective, a grassroots organization primarily focused on equity, inclusion, and intentionality in Maryland's upcoming recreational cannabis industry. I am also a first-time nonviolent felony offender, having served 13 years of a 22-year federal sentence for cannabis and other nonviolent offenses. Senate bill, which is before this committee, is a good start. We support the bill with amendments which are attached. However, we believe that the definition for social equity needs to be broadened to incorporate men and women who have prior state and federal cannabis convictions. It is inequitable to create a law that downplays the harm that cannabis convictions themselves have done to our communities and individuals. Also, we believe that men and women formerly incarcerated should have a few seats on the advisory board. This ensures that these often overlooked voices are an integral part of the conversation, ideas, and solutions concerning the returning citizen community in the cannabis industry. While recreational sales must commence on or before July 1st, 2023, social equity applicants will not be able to sell recreational cannabis on this date. This is very important because the state of Maryland, through its elected governor, has appropriated funding for the Cannabis Business Assistance Fund. We believe this enables social equity applicants to participate alongside current cannabis businesses to begin dispensing recreational cannabis on July 1st, 2023. This will ensure equity is the rule and not the exception. As this committee is well aware, those businesses first to market will gain an advantage that will be impossible for social equity applicants to overcome. I am confident that our elected leaders, which include this committee, will be able to solve this important issue. In conclusion, the collective believes that there should be no caps on the number of licenses for social equity applicants, keeping in mind that a lottery will not yield the equitable results the bill seeks to achieve. Those with deep pockets will be able to submit many applications. Therefore, the collective request that lotteries be removed from the bill in its entirety. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so thank you for participating in the hearing. We're going to hear from Carissa Cartalimi. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening, members of the Finance Committee and Madam Chair. My name is Carissa Cartalimi. I am owner-operator of Starbuds, a medical dispensary on Bel Air Road in Baltimore City. We've been open for 5 years as of this month. I am here today to urge you to support with amendments Senate Bill 516. This bill needs the following amendments. Lower the number of proposed micro dispensary or delivery licenses to 50, same as consumption lounges. We do not yet know the full scope of these licenses. Therefore, we should start with a lower number of them, and we can always add more later. Lowering the number of micro dispensaries also protects the investment of the social equity licenses. Secondly, add explicit language allowing standard dispensaries the ability to continue delivering. My dispensary has invested a lot of money and resources into delivery, along with many other dispensaries. My dispensary is located in Senator McCrae's district, and when we received word that our lines were a concern to the neighborhood, we began the process, which took several months, of trying to get up and running for delivery, along with immediately taking out more point of sales and allowing more people into our lobby. So that's really an important part of us being able to do our business. So I just want to throw that in there. Please, number 3, strike language that prohibits dispensary owners from owning and operating consumption lounges. Dispensary operated consumption lounges would be the safest way to introduce adult use cannabis. We have knowledge of the safety and the security procedures needed, as well as a team of dispensary agents with 5 years experience. We are actually the people you want to be dispensing cannabis to adults 21 and over for public consumption. So for the public good, please do not prohibit dispensary owners from operating consumption lounges. Finally, I'll just touch on the renewal fee. The language for the renewal fee should be amended to a reasonable flat fee based on an anticipated increase in revenue. The current proposal of not more than 10% of gross revenue is overly burdensome, and I believe we can work together to come up with a renewal fee that will not impact the price at the counter so much. Thank you so much for your time, and again, please vote favorable with amendments on SB 516.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And there are no questions from the committee, so enjoy the rest of your evening. We're going to turn to Sarah Price. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Price. I'm a mother of 6. I live in Sharpsburg, Maryland. My son is currently a senior in high school. A few years ago, he was a happy young man raised in an attentive Christian home in a close-knit farming community. He was an A student, rebuilt his own Mercedes car engine, was hardworking, self-driven, and very mature. About a year and a half ago, he first got marijuana joints from a fellow student at school. When we found out, Eli said, "I'm not going to do anything addictive." 18-year-old seniors are using their medical cannabis cards to sell it to younger kids. Eli had no mental condition or risk factors. Now he puffs THC dabs all day, every day, and has become addicted. We've offered education and treatment and have imposed restrictions to reduce his use, but his THC use only spiraled deeper and deeper. Eli started to fail his high school classes, lost many friends, no longer worked in his car shop, and has become just a shell of the fun-loving boy we used to know. This is a nightmare. Everyone who knows my son can't believe what has happened to this kid with so much promise. His sole focus now is to get high, and he believes that since marijuana is legal or will be, it must be safe. Just a few weeks ago, my son turned 18. He wanted to continue his THC use. He knows our rules of having a sober home, and he decided to move out. My son and others are victims of a predatory for-profit marijuana industry. There should be a potency cap, warning labels, and a minimum age of 25, which is when the brain is more fully developed. I know other families who have lost children due to marijuana. The other night, my husband prayed to God, please make it hard for my son to get the drugs. Put obstacles in his path. You can be that obstacle. Why is this allowed to happen? Please save our young people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your story and your experience, and we appreciate your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so thank you very much for participating in the hearing. Colleagues, that is the final witness on Senate Bill 516. Thank you so much for just sticking with the day. Thank you to the staff. Thank you for your attention, your questions, and we will have not as long of a day tomorrow. Meeting adjourned.